It is in fact time. Hello, how's everybody doing today? I believe the tea that I have in front of me is not the drinking batch, because that's just the first brew and we don't drink that. Hello, hello, I hope everyone is doing well. I took my time. Oh, hey there, Garm. Did I do my fun smoke hits? I actually did play Gunsmoke today. I did do that. I only played one set because I didn't have much time, but I did do it. Are you in Omo's guild or squad or platoon, whatever the hell they call it? I rolled the. You are not? Okay then. Well then, fuck you. You're not my supervisor. But I rolled the new doll, hit my dailies, and I think in order to have enough collapse pieces for like the 10 pull where I got her, I needed to complete my Gunsmoke. So yes, I did do that today. I did not play Blue Archive today and didn't do my dailies because I don't particularly care about the banner that's in there. It's a crabs in a bucket mentality. If you're having a bad time, everyone is having a bad time. I'm not sure you're going to be able to inflict a bad time on me. I'll be completely transparent. I am in that sweet spot of playing Girls Frontline where I've already crashed out and and wailed on the things that I really wanted. So now I just enjoy accumulating just enough passes and free currency from my dailies to essentially roll every banner I really badly want. The only thing I'm really missing at this point is Klukai's new beach outfit. But I have an entire year to roll that one, even with the pittance I get in free tickets to that one. So you have no power here. But if you want to gain a similar immunity to someone trying to ruin your time, make sure to equip yourself with the official Oni Dojo patch, very similar to the one that I'm wearing right now. For the low price of $10, you can stand out as a representative of the Mount Otago Unconventional Combatives Institute. And they won't know what that means until you pull their balls off. Hello there, not Linkara. Only $10 for a very nice patch. I own at least two. That may be actually... thank you. I'm working on my organic plugs. I'm trying to sneak them in so you don't know what's happening until it's too late, and you're already listening to an integrated ad. But yeah, I'm probably gonna get an opportunity to go and do some training on an open range. So depending on the weather and how my back feels, Asmongold got retweeted by JD. Okay. I mean, JD Vance is what? He's like younger, on the younger end of Gen X. It does not surprise me at all. Like he's very internet literate, which I think is part of the reason he got the job in the first place. So I am not at all surprised that he is aware of the Roach King's influence and his reach and his relevance in the current culture. So good on him. It is a very savvy play in the current internet landscape. I would like him to also do shit and not just tweet about the good things that I like. You're just convinced that after this term JD wants to become a Twitch streamer? I don't care what he does. Well, first of all, no, I do care. Unless Stephen Miller is running for the office of the President of the United States, I'm sorry, but JD Vance has to stay in. Problem is, he needs to divorce and deport his wife first. It's because he commented on lesbian Floyd. Excuse me, her name is George Floyd. Say her name. All right, but it's Palmer Luckey. I think I've listened to this, but this is him demonstrating his augmented reality tech to Joe Rogan.
You're going to notice a drone picks up a guy behind that container over there. And what's going to happen is when he walks behind that container, I'm able to continue to see where he is and what he's doing. So here's Ghost X is the drone that's watching. So just watch for a moment. So the blue force is my friendlies. So see that little right-hand corner where it sees behind the containers? They're tracking where the bad guy is. They're tracking where my guys are. And then watch when they go behind the container. So I can actually see through it and watch. Now they're engaging the guy over there, and he's down.
Wow.
So this is a system that allows everybody to basically be operating as one.
First of all, Garm, I think that's not how whaling is spelled. And second of all, Palmer Luckey is definitely not whaling because he's the one making this.
Combined hive mind where you can all share a view of the world. And by the way, this view that I have, it's shared now with all of the robots as well. So anything I see, like let's see I see someone inside of a
walling,
building.
Excuse me.
Every drone and every person now sees that person where he is. It's so
he's using wall hacks, yeah.
Crazy that I was born at the right time to actually get to build all of this stuff.
Absolutely banger. All right. Putin threw a very justified jab at the UK. Let's see if this is translated or if it's au naturel. There is no sound here. Okay, so Vladimir Putin says he doesn't fear the UK because they can't even stop rubber boats invading their country of foreigners raping their women and kids. I mean, I don't know why that got caught by Otto Janny, but here's the thing. Longtime viewers of the Oni Dojo will know that I have my criticisms of Putin, and they are plentiful, because he's not a competent nor a benevolent leader. At the same time, I have to recognize and call my balls and strikes correctly. When the man's right, he's right. Good on our military. Anything that saves more lives and keeps us safer? Absolutely. Speak softly and carry a big stick requires you to have a big stick. All right, this was a very interesting little post, or rather a moment that was captured. So apparently there is one conservative pro-ICE protester, and he is being swarmed by the roaches. So let's see how that played out. Someone is in his ear with a horn. Just so that you understand, in certain jurisdictions, that is considered assault. So whenever someone tries to pull, oh, he was just being loud in his ear, hearing damage is largely permanent, and that is bodily harm. Do I think the EU is going to ban X? They can ban my balls in their mouth. No, they're not going to ban X because they're not technically equipped to do that. What are they going to do to X if it refuses to comply with the ban? Fine it? And do what? What if Musk says no? What are then they going to do? Invade the X office in Texas? Has he moved the office to Texas, or it's still in San Francisco? But the point is, the EU has no power here. And if they try to ban X, they're all getting slapped with more US sanctions. And they know that. Musk is one of Trump's largest defense contractors. There is nothing they can do but cope, seethe, and dilate. But as I was saying, they're trying to circle around him. They're annoying, trying to disrupt, drown him out. Hey there, anarchist. Nice. Okay, he sleeps the first one. They try to swarm. He's moving around. That's good. He's trying to break out of a surrounding. Clips the other one. One tries to run in. There's a bit of an exchange. It's not a great exchange, but it's okay. The important thing is that he's keeping himself safe. He's always backing up. Another one gets slipped. The initial guy tries to walk up, gets his off button pressed,
Hey guys,
and another guy goes down. Absolutely fantastic. You got 8 ads? Well, that's what the YouTube is for. All right. As I was saying, we're watching a lovely Fafo moment. Realistically, they got off very easy. The thing is that these people are so pathetic and so just unfit for life. They act extremely hard while they're in a crowd of, other dysgenic fuckwits like they are, because they think they're hard. But when the rubber hits the road, they've got nothing. Like, the dude who's turning them off currently isn't really well trained. And, like, all he's doing, he's moving well, and he's throwing good haymakers. No one likes you because he's such a pathetic individual. He needs validation in his echo chamber. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the only vector of attack they know. Again, like we've covered previously, people like this don't parse information for being true or not. Everything goes through the check of, is it okay for me to believe this? And they will threaten and they will instigate violence, not really understanding that they draw breath at the mercy of our side. If we decide tonight to hold a night of the long knives, the left would disappear. There is not a fucking thing they can do. And it would be so fast and so effortless that we can just go to work the following day. All right, what is this? Oh, it's some cringe protester trying to confront an ICE agent.
I don't care what they told you. If you guys get in my way, I will arrest you.
Sir, we're just observing. Please calm down.
You can observe all you want.
I am observing. Do you see me in the way? I am back.
You had anger issues as a kid, didn't you? Where are your
First of all, you sound brown. Second of all, a nice psychoanalyze attack. Like, that's all they can do. That is all they know. Personal, feminine attacks. Hey there, Manny.
You should be ashamed of yourself, man.
He is.
Freed from ads?
I love my job, thank you.
You love your job?
I can't believe I get paid for this.
Really?
I do this for free.
Really, I get $200K.
Based. I would do this for free. Absolute Chad. Patriot, even. Out of ad jail. What were you advertised? All right, what is this? This is apparently some kind of parody of South Park.
I figured out how we're going to win the midterms and get rid of a bunch of Democrat voters. I just found out all Democrats are literally retarded. Can you believe this? Their average IQ is under 60. That's really low. What does this mean? It means they'll believe literally anything they hear on MSNBC. They're completely, totally retarded. They voted for Tim Walz, for God's sake. I'm telling you, this will work. Kyle, you gotta hear this one. It's genius. Pure genius. I'm gonna go on MSNBC and totally screw over the Democrats. What the hell are you talking about, fat ass? Listen, Jew, I'm gonna pose as a liberal snowflake who just graduated from the South Park Leering Center. You know, the place where they teach you how to cry about borders? I'll go on air like, fellow Democrats, I've done the legal research. Attacking ICE agents is totally justified under the Constitution. Rise up! What? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You're gonna trick people into committing crimes? People could get hurt. How do you sleep at night?
Is there a correlation with the male suicide rate and the trans suicide rate? No, not as far as I am aware.
Exactly! ICE shoots them or arrests them for felonies. Then they can't vote, Kyle. It's like voter suppression, but funnier. Besides, their whole position is that all crime should be legal. It's not entrapment if they were already gonna do it anyways. That's a terrible idea! There's no way that will ever work, and you're an asshole for even thinking of it! Is it a terrible idea, Kyle, or do you just want open borders? Why do you hate America, Kyle? That's not very cool.
This is MSDNC, or something, with a breaking update on the Minnesota situation.
Oh my God! The news is on, sweetheart! Tell your boyfriend to come watch! Breaking news. A little boy from the South Park Leering Center says it's legal to assault ICE agents.
As a student of the South Park Leering Center, I am qualified to give legal advice. Democrats can absolutely physically attack federal agents.
Are you sure it's legal? That seems really, really, really illegal.
Of course they can. It's like the law or something. I leered that at the Leering Center. Are you a fucking racist or something? Is that it?
No.
How is this writing better than the original
Let them
South
do whatever
Park?
they want. That's totally fine.
That's good. The Jews write your paychecks, and they're totally not racist. Not against any race ever. Keep that in mind.
Wait, we can just do that?
So who here has a car? Anybody have a car?
Oh, I do. I have a car.
Great. Can we have a little chat off to the side? A little powwow?
Powwow? What do you mean, powwow?
You're not even in this episode. Go hang out with Elizabeth Warren or something.
That's fine. We're already citizens.
You know what would be cool? You should get in your car and drive at them. What are they gonna do? You're a white lesbian. Seriously.
Are you sure that's a good idea? They're arresting an illegal immigrant and I don't know what to do. How do we stop this?
Of course it's a good idea, you stupid bitch. Now get in your car, don't listen to any of their directions, and try to run them over.
Stop arresting that criminal. I have a legal degree from the Minnesota Leering Center.
Stop the fucking car! She's coming right for us! Oh my god! She did it! She actually did it! What a retard! I told you guys they're all retards!
Remember what they took from us. Because it wasn't written by someone from California. Are they? The South Park authors aren't from California. Most trans-identifying women are just men in dresses. Then when nobody is playing into their fantasy, they end themselves. That's why you made the comparison. I see. I mean, you could, if you really wanted to stretch it, you could say that because most of them are actually men, and men are usually more efficient in their choice of method of suicide and follow-through, that's why the stat is so high. Trade matter from Colorado, but they fly in from California to make episodes. That's too bad. All right. Andrew Branca is sharing another update on Elite Human Capital. Full video. That's not the full video? Okay, we're going to watch the full video. Okay, subscribe to unlock, then absolutely not. But I like his information. Real good energy. He may be a boomer, but he's one of the angry ones. So let's see what he has to say.
This is Texas. This is a bank in Texas. The entire board of the bank is Indians. Look, they're all Patels.
They're all wait, they are all Patels. When are we starting our own daycare? Manny, I'm afraid that particular racket has been unfortunately stopped. They now require proof of there being children. Although if we can find enough women to never mind. Let's discuss this in DMs. We can figure something out. The daycare tech got nerfed. Yeah, it got corrected in the most recent balance patch. You judge a man based on the distance of his chin? You mean based on the size? You live in Colorado, you wish you could deport libtards. They're making the state uninhabitable, you mean?
The bank's business model is to provide small business administration loans to Indians.
The only valid daycare is the adult company daycare. Listen, see, that's where I usually disagree. People who complain about white-collar jobs being adult daycares are the same people who are saying that it's soul-crushing work and you just need to cut free and, like, do drop shipping and shit. First of all, pick a lane. Second of all, the people who say that have never worked a real job. We need to move to better ideas, Indian gas station loans. Colleges are just adult cares. Too bad they make you retarded. Again, it depends on the college and it depends on the major. I am college educated. I seem to be doing just fine. I majored in business, and you know, it's the major that I still use. And shock horror, I still use skills that were taught to me back in college. If you major in some stupid shit like underwater basket weaving, then yes, or like decolonizing knitting, then I can see how that's not going to be imparting a lot of useful curriculum to you.
Indians, Indian nationals. First of all, let's note that the reason the Small Business Administration exists.
What did you miss? Apparently there's a bank in Texas that's run exclusively by Patels. Hello there, Seku.
is to provide subsidized loans to people who want to start businesses who might not qualify for a standard commercial loan. SBA loans are subsidized by the government, lower interest, favorable terms. Another Mississippi river of money that these third worlders saw an opportunity to exploit. The whole purpose of this bank is to take these government taxpayer
I would guess either Houston or Texas.
Subsidized loans and provide them to other Indians. Now, I don't know if you've ever looked at applying for an SBA loan. I have 10 or 15 years ago. My wife and I looked at maybe we should get an SBA loan to hire some people and more aggressively grow the business. It was impossible. I mean, they put up so many barriers that had to be overcome. We finally just gave up. And we were and are a demonstrably profitable company. Always have been.
I mean, it's kind of difficult to run an unprofitable law office.
They made it too arduous for me, an American citizen, to qualify for an SBA loan to the point where I gave up. But you can get it if you're an Indian. Look at this post. 8 Indian-owned gas stations in Texas, over $32 million in small business loans. I think I was trying to get a few $100,000 or $1 million, and it was still too much trouble. And all of these are SBA loans. You see here where it says federal grant, SBA 7A loan. These are all subsidized loans. There's a reason these Indians didn't go to a commercial bank. They're getting a taxpayer subsidized loan.
85 to 90% of Texas is bleeding red conservative. It would be hard for something like this to happen unless it's in their mini Californias. I wouldn't call Dallas and Houston mini Californians. And thankfully, we've been mostly rid of the Californians. The 6-week abortion laws. Where's your SBA loan? Well, I don't know, Seku. You better change your last name to Patel and try to apply for one. But a lot of the Californians have actually left Texas. One, they were bad. They did not fit into the culture. They really tried the whole turn Texas purple grift, and it just did not go anywhere. They were all chased into their little reservation of just, downtown piss stain Austin, and that's where they stayed. Ban baby murder, an entirely separate subject, but currently Texas has a 6-week limitation. I believe that's referred to as a heartbeat bill, which is, it's about in line with how European countries set it, so it's generally fine. Aren't the Californians mostly relegated to Austin at this point? Most of the Californians have left Austin, friendly anarchist. Here's the thing. Like, the Californians have just escaped back because they don't like living in free states among free people. There was a whole real estate bubble happening because the Californians were selling off their nice, expensive houses. Sir, my name is Sakuhara Sandeep. I need 100,000 in Google Pay cards. Do not redeem. But yeah, the Californian scourge has largely ended, and thankfully the real estate market is starting to slowly deflate. Thanks to that, I've actually lucked out, and I've not had my rent increase once the entire time after I've moved to the area.
Andrew Chorba, so I think he started Gab, one of the conservative social media platforms, but he's a good account to follow. He writes, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and start a small business to compete against the horde of foreigners who are getting funded by your own government with your own tax money in the free market.
Well, we don't have a free market. We have an overregulated, basically, how should I put this, conglomerate-run economy.
Because they're getting these SBA subsidized loans. And by the way, one of the ways you get favorable treatment when applying for an SBA loan is you claim to be a minority. And then you get a preference over white people. Well, what are all the third worlders? The third world migrants in America, what are they all? In the America schema of things, they're all minorities. They're 92% of the global population.
Yeah, that's a good term, but cartelized economy. This is what we are. Hopefully Orange Man can shut down or purge BlackRock, make houses affordable and not subscription. You're grossly oversimplifying the problem there, not Linkara. First of all, shutting down a private business is bad, even if you don't like the business. I'm sorry. You can put certain safeguards around the business so that it, prevents it from perpetrating abuse. Trump put in good guardrails for that. The ban on ownership of single family houses by investment funds is good enough. It is a very good step. It's going to force a lot of these houses into the market. It's going to crash real estate prices. And on top of that, it's been announced today that he's going to stop immigration from 75 countries. Stop giving BlackRock government funding. Yes, that is the other part of that. While I think that it's bad when governments try to shut businesses down, governments should also stop meddling. All of the base gropers said this is free market and we need to vote Democrat to fix it. I don't think gropers think that far ahead. Here's the thing. I agree with, again, first of all, gropers don't have their own opinions. They have whatever gospel is passed down to them by, Spurgy Gonzalez. So you still don't know what a groper is. It's a Nick Fuentes viewer. But the point is, I have to agree when he says correct things. And Vivek is a bad candidate to be allowed to run for Ohio governor. I'm sorry, that just cannot be allowed to happen. Grippers don't think that is true. Stupid kids from Mexico? No, I think some of them, one of them is definitely at some point from Mexico. But the point I was making is his larger attitudes toward the Ohio race are correct. Vivek is a bad candidate. The Republicans need to be taught that Vivek is an untouchable. A delete, as his people would say. And losing Ohio over that is a relatively low stakes price to pay. So I am willing to lose Ohio for increased long-term gains. The Republicans must learn to run Americans, yes.
But in America, they're magically minorities that get favorable government loan terms relative to white people. The only positive net taxpayer in America, by the way, white people. Really white men.
Oh, boy. I mean, he's not wrong. Big agree, we can't always vote for Republicans running against him. We can always run. Fuentes' attitude on Vivek isn't even based on policy, it's based on race. Well, it is based on things that Vivek has said, and things that Vivek has said are based on race. That's the thing. On race and what he refers to as culture. Won't vote for the putsch. You're hoping he can be primaried. You're hoping he can be primary, but since Trump has endorsed that one, I'm not. Did he endorse Vivek for that one? I don't remember anymore. I've not heard him even mention Vivek ever since he was pushed out of out of Doge. He has? Well, that's unfortunate. But the guy running against him, I would rather have him. He's some kind of fucking car part YouTuber, but with like a stage 7 Norwood. But I would rather have that over Vivek. And this is also, he's also endorsed Tony Gonzalez. That I did hear, and again, I'm not sure that's going to do much good in the primary here. Like, I understand that Trump does not have the bandwidth to have like granular visibility of all of the local races. And again, if JD Vance is so clued in to like the pulse of the people on the ground, instead of retweeting Asmongold, he should be looking into these things and informing the president as to, hey, I think that particular play isn't really panning out for us. Hmm. Ah, yes. The awful death squads. My conspiracy theory is that because right-wing women are usually more intelligent and a little bit autistic, their attitudes on immigration have to do with the fact that they know that a lot of the women immigrating, especially from South America, are pretty. They're just thinking one step ahead of the libtarded ones. All right, we have a banger from Nick Shirley. There's a part 2 of his investigation into Leering centers. We're going to watch a little bit. We're not going to watch the whole hour because I want to do other things today. Florida primary is going to be a fucking shit show this year. Yes, it is. Because see, the problem is that it has become fashionable amongst the Zoomers to notice. Like, basically everyone is Candace Owens. And these people have sort of intuited on the same rage bait that Fuentes is usually selling. And because the opposition is not doesn't know how to deal well with his rage bait, they look stupid when they're engaging with it. And sort of because of that, these candidates play well in a social media empowered format. I'm pretty okay with Byron Donalds. From what I've seen of him in Congress, he seems to be a pretty straight-laced guy. People are pointing to him having some unfortunate details about his early life. Since then, he's served in the military. He's a veteran. I believe he's a small business owner. So I generally don't have an issue with him. Must liberal women have race-based rape fetishes? I don't know. Based on recent traffic, they seem to now be having their very intense Handmaid's Tale style ice rape fetishes. I am willing to bet money that there are currently tens of smut novels being written about liberal women being wrongfully arrested and raped in ICE custody. They're giving themselves blisters thinking about this. Thing is, Vijback actually isn't that stupid when he actually discussing policy. If he had to vote today, it'd probably go his way. That's very likely. I really don't like. Again, he looks like, and he sounds like a grifter. He doesn't seem to have genuinely held positions. The smell of Fuentes' cock on his breath is very, very strong. They give me very strong vibes of going to the same bathhouse. And I'm not a big fan of that. Okay, but here's more leering.
$2.25 million. Get out! Are we the only community that does fraud?
Who gives a fuck? You're just the dumbest ones to get caught.
They said this building
thought Fuentes was a bottom. I'm sure they 69 out of courtesy.
was closed.
Do you guys know where advanced mobility is? Advanced mobility? Yeah, we're looking for it. Never heard of it?
They know we're shining the light on the fraud, and they have no defense.
Would you like to see anybody in the government here held accountable?
Most definitely, because there can definitely be an allocation of funds.
The Minnesota fraud scandal continues to get worse and worse as billions of dollars of fraud has been exposed, and as I showed the world the blatant fraud taking place at daycares and other locations across Minnesota, it became the most viewed.
Is it wrong to say that most Samoans look like you can pop them like a pimple? Samoans? Not Lankara. Are you sure you're talking about Samoans and not I think you meant Somalians. Off to bed? Yeah, good night. Thank you for checking in. I think you meant Somalis. In that case, yes, they do look kind of dysgenic. Again, the South Saharan Africa has a very unfortunate tendency for For cousin marriages, let's put it nicely.
Video expose on the internet and created instant change within the government as the Fed sent thousands of federal agents to Minnesota, and the HHS froze over $185 million in all payments to childcare. And while politicians like Tim Walz call people like me white supremacists,
80% of Somalis are eating bread. Yeah, there you go.
And far-right delusional conspiracy theorists for exposing the fraud. Meanwhile, he actually dropped out of running for re-election. The Minnesota fraud scandal has erupted the nation as protests and riots took place, all starting because daycares like Quality Learning Center were
They have the highest rate in all of Africa. I am not at all surprised by that.
Exposed. However, the daycares is only a small portion of the fraud taking place in Minnesota. In this video, I will take you into what has continued.
Apparently, there have been pallets of cash officially declared as being flown out to, I believe, the Emirates and directly to Mogadishu.
To allow this fraud to happen and connect all of the dots for you, exposing all of the fraud from strange connections of the business owners and the
Work with
politicians.
Somalians with your food bank. They don't even know what a calculator is.
Who have openly admitted to the fraud on live TV. And to dive deep into the fraud, I met back up with the local David, who has been investigating this widespread fraud scandal for years.
Remember, the real cutoff for retardation is 80 IQ. 70 is a number that was introduced mostly for reasons of political correctness.
So here in Minnesota, you have daycare fraud, you have adult daycare fraud, you have healthcare fraud, and you even have more fraud. What's some of the fraud that's also taking place here inside of Minnesota?
Well, what I think might be sort of the heart of the beast here is this transportation fraud. And what I mean by that is in Minnesota, we have something called non-emergency medical transportation, NEMT. My research has shown that there are about 1,020 such companies in Minnesota, and more than 90% of them are Somali-owned.
And so right here on the table, what do we have? All
Such an industrious people.
This information right here.
So I have a number of companies that are local here in the Twin Cities, and this is just...
I don't have an ear for regional accents, Garm. Like, everything just sounds vaguely Midwestern to me. On good days, Somalians are 69, most of the time even lower. Wait. We can always... It was a Venezuelan teenager? Who was a Venezuelan teenager?
A fraction of the companies that are out there. What I found was that the national average for a non-emergency medical transportation company is 20 vehicles per company.
This was a Pokemon English dub joke. That's why it's stuck in your mind. Mod, this man watches dubs deep fry his balls.
A lot of these companies, their address is an apartment. Some are in a house. Some are in a convenience store. Some of them in a vacant building. There's no signage. There's nobody there.
And so why would there be such a need for all these transportation companies here inside of Minnesota?
So if you think of this transportation as the hub of the wheel, so childcare is a spoke, adult daycare is a spoke, autism is a spoke, the interpreter services, which we can get into, that's another spoke. It all ties back to transportation. Why? Because those meals someone had to deliver those meals. Someone has to deliver the kid to autism.
Basically, they need to manufacture a chain of custody.
Or say they did. So it all revolves around the transportation. And so when you're looking at this, you say, okay, well, let's just be conservative. Let's go on the low side. Let's say there are only 800 Somali-owned non-emergency medical transportation companies in Minnesota. Well, again, the average is 20 vehicles per company. So that's 800 times 20. And the way...
That's why most them claim to have autism. No, I don't think that's related. It mostly has to do with parents being complicit and declaring their child as autistic for a kickback.
These NEMT companies are paid is if they bring someone to a doctor's appointment, whatever the case might be, or Costco or wherever they're going, because remember, it's non-emergency medical transportation. Well, we went to Costco because they have to eat or they'll die. So that's considered right? So it's almost impossible to figure out from the outside what exactly.
They're actually diagnosed, you never got shit? Well, then, damn, you should have never gotten diagnosed then.
The payments are for each of these trips, but I have a pretty good idea. So when someone provides a transportation to a facility or
I need to go to McDonald's or else I will die of starvation. Listen, I would bet money that a lot of these people are also receiving SNAP.
a location,
I will remind you, only 40% of the population, of the adult population, pays income tax.
also paid for the time to sit there and wait for the appointment to end and then drive the person back. So they're paid 3 different ways. And the average is going to be $50 per trip. So it's going to the appointment as a trip, coming back trip. So that's $100 per round trip. So if you have 800 companies in Minnesota that are NEMT companies, they all
if you had a kid, make sure they get proper diagnosis at least when they're 12. You were diagnosed at 5 and your life was ruined because of it. Again, I am not a doctor. This is not medical advice, but a lot of the diagnostic guidelines under the DSM-5 are way too fucking broad. They're way too fucking broad, among other things, as a cop-out for women to not have to parent their sons correctly. Because a lot of the things that are now diagnosed as an autistic spectrum disorder is basically just, prepubescent boy behavior.
own 20 vehicles, and they're all making 10 trips.
I'm not talking about people who are like nonverbal, dysfunctional, can't actually function in society. I mean, yes, Chunibyo technically would fall under a definition of autism under the current diagnostic guidelines. The thing is, if you're high functioning, meaning that you can operate in society, maybe just don't have any kind of medical diagnosis attached to your name.
Today, and it's $50 per trip. So it's 800 times 20 times 10 trips times $50 a trip. Do the math. And the reality is, how many of these trips are being provided? 0. They don't have to provide any. Why? Because when they are paid by the state of Minnesota, these companies go online and they fill out a form, and it just says, okay, how many trips, how many miles. They submit that electronically to the state, and boom, they get paid. Nobody bothers to check. They don't call the dentist. Did this kid show up? They don't do anything. As soon as that form is filed with the state of Minnesota, that payment goes out immediately.
And so essentially, these transportation companies are what hold all of the fraud together, because you have the daycare centers working with the transportation companies, the adult daycare centers working with the transportation companies, the healthcare companies working with the transportation companies. So it's just another way to bill and to also make it look like something's happening here inside of Minnesota.
This is the belly of the beast. All of this fraud revolves around these transportation companies. All of it. This touches every part of fraud here in Minnesota.
And today we're going to go confront these people. We confronted them last time. There was no kids in any of the child care centers. And today, what do you expect to see?
I love the fact checking that CNN did on him. Oh, we've called the 10 child care centers that Nick Shirley claims are fraudulent. 9 of them didn't pick up, and the 10th one told us that they're not committing any fraud. Therefore, you are debunked.
I think we're going to see some vehicles because, when I drive around the cities here, I see these Somalis driving, and mostly it's like a Plymouth Caravan or whatever, and there's never, ever, ever been a passenger. And in 7 years, I've never seen a passenger in any of these vehicles.
Yeah, he's basically eating their lunch. Who uses CNN as a source anyway? Delusional and detached people.
I've followed some of them.
A lot of boomers actually watch CNN, sadly.
They're going to Costco, they're going to Sam's Club, they're going to Walmart. The driver gets out, goes in there, loads up a shopping cart, comes in, puts it in the van, and off they go back to where they live.
And now we're going to go out and see what's happening with these transportation companies.
And here's the other thing. Tim Walz and the Department of Human Service, you threw the people of Minnesota under the bus. Shame on you, and I'm coming for you.
You heard it here first, David. All right, let's go. So where's the first location we're going to?
The first location is a company called Safari Transportation, Cedar Avenue South in Minneapolis.
Your grandpa uses 60 seconds. He's on the cusp of actual brain dead. That's unfortunate.
And so what makes Safari Transportation Company an interesting transportation company?
Well,
allegedly fraudulent.
Well, the thing about Safari is that they've been registered since 2015 with the state of Minnesota as operating vehicles. And again, the national average for a non-emergency medical transportation company is 20 vehicles. So if they've got 20 vehicles and they're at 607 Cedar Avenue, I have no idea where there's parking them because there is no parking anywhere near this office.
We've arrived to the transportation company. We're outside, and right there we have a Loving Arms adult daycare. All the windows are completely boarded out right there, and there's supposed to be a transportation company registered right here.
I just love the implication of, you know, there being so many adult daycares in Minnesota purely because it is a deep blue state and so many people who vote blue are just that deeply retarded that they need like daycare facilities.
It's 617, but it's a liquor store.
Boomers are on the verge of expiring, and woke parents that want to groom their children into being trans. I don't think the boomers did that a lot. That was very much that's very much a millennial pursuit, I think. Millennial and like younger Gen X.
So the location here is 607. And also,
I think boomers were still largely not on board with chopping off your grandson's penis for clout.
617. These are two transportation companies. We're all on a main road right now, and this is 607, and it is not a transportation company. It's actually a money transfer, but it's registered here. 607. This does not look like Safari Transportation.
Well, that's how they get the money from Safari Transportation out.
Where is the transportation company?
I don't.
Whatever generation Mark Hamill is part of. Mark Hamill is very, very firmly a boomer.
See any signs denoting that there's any transportation. It's all just looks like money wiring. But if you look at the Secretary of State's office, state of Minnesota, Safari Transportation.
Note that Nick has got actual proper security now. He has... I'm seeing 3 different guys. They're establishing a perimeter around him so that no one can run up. They're looking at his like blind spots in his vision.
607 Cedar Avenue, and it's been registered here since 2015. That was the original filing.
So let's see if we have the manager. Let's see if we can find FOD. Hello. How are you? We're looking for the transportation company.
Lovely core Minnesota attire over there.
Safari Transportation?
Looking for Safari Transportation?
No, there's no Safari Transportation here.
No Safari Transportation?
Safari Transportation,
hey,
607 Cedar Avenue.
We're just looking for Safari Transportation.
We don't know.
So, but this is registered for Safari Transportation, 607.
That's the address.
Okay, we don't know.
We're asking where Safari Transportation is.
We don't know.
Okay, so...
Instantly getting confrontational and angry. Interesting. He noticed the glasses, so he knows that he's being recorded.
His business is not here.
Don't record.
Fuad Omar?
Fuad Omar?
We don't know. This, do you see this? What is this?
Money transferring.
That's it.
Okay,
well, this
registered.
Is from the state.
This is fraud taking place. This is supposed to say, this is for Safari Transportation.
Go find out.
Yeah, we did find out. This is fraud right here.
Registered here
This is registered.
2015.
2015?
Safari Transportation, state of Minnesota.
2015. Oh, yeah.
Well, but it's registered now. This is current, just off the state of Minnesota.
Listen, we don't know is a valid stance. That's the thing. Like, if you don't know, you don't know. Like, at the very least, they seem to be running a business. Like, they have goods. It's very obviously a retail store.
Minnesota website today.
Sir, please.
This is from today. I just printed this off today. Fuad Omar.
Go check it out.
We're here. This is 607. Where's Safari Transportation?
Okay, it's no Safari, period.
Okay, so it's a fraudulent business.
Did you see Safari anything here?
Exactly.
Did you see?
Exactly. It's
Did
not
you
here.
See it?
It's a fraud.
Did you see, sir?
That's unfortunate wording, because the wording would imply that like the guy you're confronting is committing the fraud, which he may as well be, but like he's trying to de-escalate and he's doing it poorly.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna go to the next address. All right.
Let's keep moving on. So 607, this is supposed to be Safari Transportation, no transportation company. And now we're going to 617, another transportation company. However, it is actually Cedar Riverside Liquor.
De-escalate by freaking the fuck out. No. I mean, Nick was trying to de-escalate, but he sort of stumbled over his words a little bit. Could also be a front for the guy, just the manager, if we're giving them the benefit of the doubt. No, listen, I'm fully on board with believing that they're aware what is happening, and that's why they're getting angry and confrontational. It's just that Nick is not really, he's not participating in the premise well enough. Probably because, you know, he's a relatively young guy. He's just not developed that level of Machiavellian psychopathy needed to execute these kind of stings well.
Where is the transportation company?
617.
You need to develop a certain degree of cynicism to just, you know, lie and smile at the people that you are about to expose very, very badly.
617 right here.
Transportation for the state of.
And I don't say that as a bad thing. It's, you know, it's a thing that I had to learn to do. He can easily dodge any physical concentration because of his spaghetti limbs. Well, that, and he has like 4 security guards with him.
Minnesota is registered to 617 Cedar Avenue South.
And it's a liquor store. David, they aren't even trying to hide that these are transportation companies. Where are the vans at?
Should we ask?
Let's go ask.
It's up to like 6 now? Well, makes sense. I only saw 4.
We're looking for Dreamline Transportation.
Now we're in 617, Dreamline Transportation.
No.
Where is the transportation company?
No, we don't have this.
You ever heard of Safari Transportation?
Safari? I know Safari, that money wiring, 607.
The money wiring?
Yeah.
Okay, that's money wiring.
Yeah.
We're looking for Safari Transportation.
607.
They said they never heard of it.
I never did. Safari company, the money wiring, they send money there, that's the 607.
So Safari gets the money and then they wire it out.
Yeah, the money.
That man just said that Safari is actually a money wiring company, so...
Just somewhere directly with him? Yeah, I know that he has at least 2 guys doing, like, perimeter work at a time.
Therefore, they're receiving money and then
See,
wiring
1, 2,
it somewhere
3?
Underneath the name of a transportation
So
company.
they said to go here.
Probably 1 more usually walking in front of him. So it's a pyramid scheme? No, a pyramid scheme requires that you buy in. Like, pyramid schemes work a little bit differently, also known as Ponzi schemes. This is just fraud. They are creating a shell company that espouses to do something under a government program, and they claim government funds in order to pay for these services that the government for some reason decides to fund. But instead of actually providing these services and effectively being in a spot where the government is recouping a portion of the losses and providing an incentive for you to perform that, they're just keeping all of the money and then wiring it to Somalia. Pyramid scheme is just a lot of lies to make people richer. It's almost legal. No, Garm, you're oversimplifying and you're not explaining it well. A pyramid scheme is a scheme of circularly traded commodities where you make... for you to make money is to basically have other people pay into the system, thus cashing you out. What is this?
I am willing to let you get in on the ground floor of an amazing business opportunity.
How much is this going to cost me?
$5,000.
Okay, fine. I'll give
$5,000 in the 2000s, by the way.
you the $5,000, knowing full well that I'll never see it again.
So matcha in America? What? No. How does matcha go into this?
And wishing that it was you.
How much? $10,000.
All right.
Although I could make do all right.
How much are we talking about?
$15,000.
No, get my checkbook.
Here is your initial investment, $5,000. And here is an additional $1,000 in interest.
Let it ride.
Really?
Hey, a 20% return in a couple of weeks? Come on.
You ask for money, and they just give it to you. And then you take the new money and use it to pay back some of the old money. They don't want it back, and they give you more. Because they're greedy. Oh God, what have I done?
Well, yeah, that's actually a very good way to illustrate a Ponzi scheme. Fantastic, thank you. But yeah, matcha in America doesn't quite fit that, unless you want to try to elaborate. I've been impacted by the matcha rush because I rely on matcha and other teas as my primary source of caffeine. So I was on the short end of basic bitches discovering matcha as a drink, despite the fact that they're not really able to appreciate the good stuff.
Sweet.
Thankfully, the Chinese have finally figured out a way to make counterfeit low-quality matcha, so now the prices have gone down.
A right here. And then you have 617A right here, but this is reliable services, immigration, travel, and tax. I do not see a transportation company anywhere.
Okay.
Hey, we're hoping to find Dreamline Transportation. You ever heard of it?
I've never heard of it. Ask next door.
He said to ask here. That you would know.
Ask next door. This is a mailbox. It's not really far.
So, Dreamline Transportation could be nothing more than a mailbox.
I refuse to read that out loud, Garm. You're not going to get me with that.
834.
So it could be one of these mailboxes. Well,
okay, see you later.
607 Safari Transportation doesn't exist. It's actually a money wiring business. 617 Dreamline, inside of there, it's actually a liquor store, and then 617A is a place where there's a bunch of mailboxes and it says reliable ITT services. How are you doing, man?
I just want to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Why are you sensationalizing the propaganda?
What? My brother in Christ, are you sure you know what that word means?
What are we sensationalizing?
To attack our community. What's your final objective?
We're not attacking your community by any means.
Are you making good money from this?
We're looking for fraud.
Well, based on the size of your fucking waistline and face, you're definitely getting some extra money.
For instance, can you answer our question? Where's Safari Transportation Company 607? It's not there. And why don't you answer?
How much money are
why don't you answer the question? Where's 617 Dreamline Security?
How much money are you making?
I make money off of YouTube. That's how I make my money.
Exactly. So you're making money off of sensationalizing.
That my job
and attacking
is
the Somali community.
I'm not attacking you guys.
Well, perhaps if the Somali community wasn't committing billions of dollars worth of fraud, there would be nothing to sensationalize.
We're asking
fraud. Take off the beanie, let's see his ethnicity. Can you not tell his ethnicity by the patchy beard, the thickness of the glasses, and the lack of a chin?
It's fraud, sir.
All right, let me tell you the reason why
fraud is fraud, correct?
Yes.
This has nothing to do with race. This is fraud.
This absolutely has to do with us being Muslim.
No, it does not.
All right, and us.
Are you saying that Muslims are more likely to commit fraud? What did he mean by this?
Being from Africa, this is a constitutional argument.
Are Africans more likely to commit fraud? What did he also mean by this?
If you don't want us here, change the freedom of religion. Say, listen, we don't want Muslims in this country anymore.
We're not saying that.
No.
We're not saying that.
When I go
Sir,
onto
we're
your
talking
comments,
about fraud. You're talking.
When I go onto your comments.
Listen, not Linkara, have you ever heard a Jew talk with an accent? That's all I'm going to say.
My comment.
What I see is people that say we do not want Muslims here. Kick every single Muslim in Minnesota out of Minnesota.
I mean, based?
That's a comment.
You're preparing for the Somali community to maybe be taken to concentration camps. Just like the Japanese community, all right?
What? Do you know why the Japanese community was sent to internment camps? Is Somalia about to attack our boats?
You're sensationalizing.
No, we're not.
All right,
Sir,
something that
answer
can
the
listen.
question. Where
That's something
where
that can,
is the transportation
something
vehicle
that can
company?
jeopardize
answer the question.
The safety and the protection of the Somali community.
We're talking about fraud, sir.
Maybe if the Somali community wasn't trying to scam us out of billions of dollars, then this would be a non-issue. Muslims trying to kick other Muslims out, you love to see it. They are a nation of pirates. They stopped all piracy ever since, the American military started patrolling in their territorial waters. How are they so good at playing the victim? It just comes to them naturally. If you're exposed, just deny and make counter accusations.
We're talking about fraud.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not physically touching
You're getting very close.
I'm not physically touching. No, I'm not physically touching you.
This is fraud. We're talking about fraud.
What you're
defending fraud.
You're defending fraud.
You're defending
A good chunk of them have been trained as well. Nah, this doesn't look like a very intelligent playbook.
Fraud. People who hate Muslims.
Michelin Man, Chocolate Michelin Man over here has not studied the training materials very well.
Okay, want us out of here.
People can say
for
what they
being
want.
Muslim,
I'm not censoring anybody.
Us using your material. Islamophobes use your material. People who hate Islam use your material. Say to us, we don't want you here. Change the constitution. But guess what? Let me tell you something. Guess what?
Say it. We're asking about
you
fraud.
We're
asking about fraud.
You hate Muslims.
I'm not saying I hate Muslims. We're talking about fraud.
Muslims.
We're talking
Why
about
are you
fraud.
attacking us?
This is fraud.
Because you're stealing money, bitch. It's like that AI South Park skit. The Leering Center teaches them how to be victims in scams of government. Again, you're overthinking it. I think it's a lot. You're violating Hamlin's razor here. You're trying to explain something with malice, which can be explained with just stupidity.
Community that suffers because of fraud.
We're talking about fraud.
Are we the only community that does fraud?
Well, you're the only community to do that to the effect of billions of dollars while it being this blatant that a YouTuber can find it.
Are we the only community that does this?
This is about fraud.
All right, but there's what, 300 Somali providers in all of Minnesota?
There's actually 800.
Don't keep talking.
So,
you speak English, right? Your security doesn't even speak English. Listen, let me tell you something.
See, this isn't a race issue, sir. This is about fraud.
We have, what, 1,000 providers?
Yeah, 1,000 providers, and each one of them receives money to the effect of millions of dollars. That's already potentially $1 billion that's going into thin air. $1 billion of my fucking money.
You guys have a...
Even it's 2,000 providers. Okay, you want to sacrifice the safety of 80,000 people.
I am fine with that.
Because of fucking 2,000 providers? Are you fucking mad?
If I need to send, how many did he say? 80,000? Let's just roll that back.
80,000 people.
80,000. If I need to send 80,000 Somalis to the camps in order to no longer suffer the effects of the fraud, I will do that yesterday.
Because of fucking 2,000 providers? Are you fucking mad? Are you stupid?
I'm not stupid. You're stupid. Where's the transportation company?
Brother man, if the cost for not having billions of dollars lost to fraud to your community is executing one falafel nacht or whatever the fuck else, your terms are acceptable.
What about if a mass shooting happens in Minnesota? It will be because of you. It will be because of you. If any Somali gets hurt in Minnesota, it's because of Nick fucking Shirley.
Who gives a fuck?
Somali,
this is about fraud.
One single Somali gets hurt.
This is about fraud,
it's because of you. Sensationalizes. You son of a bitch. Sensationalizes.
Wow, you're very nice.
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood.
Very nice.
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood.
Your neighborhood? Your neighborhood. Are you sure about that?
Can you tell me where the transportation company is?
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood.
The number is actually too low. Total number in Minnesota is 120K, and the nationwide is 500K. Yeah, I'm fine with all 500K going to the camps if that means that we no longer have money stolen from us.
We don't want you here. Get the fuck out of here.
Calm down, sir. Calm down, sir.
Get the fuck out of here.
Sir, this is about fraud.
I would provoke him. I would take him to a point where he chimps out and tries to be violent and gives my security team probable cause to kick his shit in.
Clicks.
You're sensationalizing yourself, sir.
You wanted clicks?
You're sensationalizing yourself.
Sensationalizing. You're missing a syllable there, my guy.
You wanted clicks? You wanted the YouTube?
Tell me where the transportation vehicle is.
Clicks? You got YouTube clicks. Now get the fuck out of our community.
Tell me where the transportation vehicle is.
Get the fuck out of our community.
Tell me where the... This is about fraud.
Motherfucker. Say I don't want Muslims here.
This is about fraud.
Say I don't want Muslims here. Say it. I want to change the Constitution.
No, I don't want to change the Constitution.
Freedom of religion, and I don't want Muslim Somalis in Minnesota. Kick them out. I was born in this country.
I don't want to import a population of an average 80 IQ into my country, actually.
That is what you are arguing for.
We're not talking.
Change the Constitution.
This is about...
Your terms are acceptable.
Fraud.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
This is about fraud.
Get the fuck out of our community. Get the fuck out of here. Stupid fucking idiot.
Tell me where the transportation company is then.
Get the fuck out of here.
Obviously for this video we had to get security because look at this now. Alright, we're going. But there is no transportation company in there. Fraud. there were no transportation companies.
No, not.
See, because he's a nice kid. He doesn't know how to bait them well. Crowder would have found an off-the-cuff insult to make the guy chimp out and turn that into content. Even I would have thought of calling him Michelin Man on the spot there and causing him to fly off the handle.
This isn't about race, this isn't against...
Why don't you calm down and go eat a bacon cheeseburger or something, Michelin Man? That would have been enough to send him into a frothing rage.
Religion, this is about fraud. We're fighting fraud here. We're not fighting a race.
Well, and this is what happened.
We don't need to change the Constitution, just need to repeal the Civil Rights Act. Yeah, it's a good start.
When you put a spotlight on fraud, the people who are benefiting become extremely violent, and the Somalis are the most violent people I have ever met in my whole life.
Because he couldn't answer the question. Where was the transportation company?
He wouldn't answer the question. All he did was make it about race and then issue threats.
Neither business was there or operating and giving a very
Remember, you know what makes you immune to the violence of a hypothetical Somali community, Oni Dojo? Owning firearms. Staying strapped. That's why you always need to keep a gun within hand's reach, within arm's length. Ah, fuck! I fumbled my epic clickable moment. But the main way to make yourself immune to Somali violence is to have a gun within reach at all times. I have two. One of them is my dry fire gun, but one of them is always loaded.
Serve estimate based off of David's numbers and other numbers online. It's fair to say each business is operating with an average.
Civil Rights Act, Hart-Celler, GCA, the 60s were fucking horrible. Yeah, thank you, President fucking Reagan.
Average of 20 vehicles and with a much lower and generous rate of $25 per trip. And with 10 alleged trips a day, each business is pulling an estimate of $1.3 million in gross revenue. And with those two locations...
Isn't dry firing unhealthy for a gun? You know nothing about firearms? Yeah, you kind of just confirmed that. So... quick primer. It depends on the gun. Rim-fired firearms, actually, yes, they don't deal with dry fire well. Most modern handguns are striker-fired, center-fired handguns. So, for example, my dry fire gun, for most of the time, is a Glock 19X. It is a striker-fired pistol that fires a center-fired 9mm cartridge. From my understanding, some 1911s don't quite enjoy, but those are hammer fired, so they don't really like dry fire as well. However, you can offset that by introducing snap caps, and I actually use snap caps even in my Glock, even I don't have to, but it just gives me an opportunity to work on things like, I don't know, clearing malfunctions, stovepipes, and things of that nature. Generally, you prevent all potential issues with a firearm from dry fire by using snap caps if your firearm is even predisposed to getting some kind of additional wear from dry fire. But modern striker handguns are very much not susceptible to damage from dry firing. That is ancient FUD lore. And don't let that stop you from training every day. And dry fire is a form of training. So I can attest to the fact that ever since I started just, fidgeting with the gun that I have always unloaded on my desk, my handgun handling has gotten significantly better. My reloads are now better. My trigger pull is better. Not just with this gun, but I've built up the muscle memory sort of by paying attention to correct things. Like, for example, going through the entire trigger pull without disrupting my sight picture, that it's also transferred over to like my carry gun. So no, dry firing is good. Train every day, and dry fire is a valid form of training.
Alone, there's over $2.6 million in estimated fraud.
All right, we're going to the next location.
What's interesting, Nick, is that one of the places we just visited, the 617 Cedar Avenue South, that's for Dreamline Transportation. That's the address listed with the state of Minnesota. But the place that we're going right now is going to have vans that say Dreamline Transportation on them, but they haven't moved in months and months. You'll see they're covered with snow. There will be no tire tracks. And so...
Which again, it means that the money is being doled out without the benefit of even minimal oversight. The government is just giving away billions of dollars of your money, of the money that the government takes out of your fucking paychecks every 2 weeks, and they just give it away, and they don't even check on where the money is going. They don't so much as ask for minimal support, proof of work, a proof of butt fucking nothing to give away your money. And you don't have to be in Minnesota to be affected by that. A lot of these programs are funded through Medicaid. We all pay into the dog shit that is Medicaid. Medicaid is funded by federal money. Your federal income tax pays for Medicaid. And that is why we need to get rid of entitlements, because they are very obviously bloated to the extent where we've just built a welfare state that is, by the way, not really sustainable.
Why are they...
The only reason we have to pay income tax is to redistribute the money from the productive portion of society to the unproductive portions of society, who are usually client groups of the people passing these laws.
Using this address, and all that was in there was a liquor store, and he told us to talk to the guy next door, and those were all just mailboxes, and then the guy next door said, go talk to him. I said, we just talked to him. Obviously, the cover-up, and you see how they all stick together, and it's all this intimidation, and thank God we had the security we did there, because that would have been bad.
Now we're outside of this transportation vehicle.
I feel like it was a missed opportunity to farm content to provoke that the fatty boondaddy that was chasing them. Mommy's favorite little falafel ball.
Company right here.
Yeah, and so you can see these are the vans that say Dreamline. You can see the sticker on the window and the numbers on the rear. None of these vehicles have moved in 8 months. I've been taking date stamp photos. All these vehicles are in the exact same spot they were 8 months ago. And look, there's no tire tracks, so they haven't moved.
And this van as well, this is Dreamline. Dreamline was the location where we got chased out from the Somalis on 617 Cedar. And this is a vehicle from Dreamline that actually didn't even exist. It was a liquor store. And now it's here, and the vans haven't moved at all. Literally, no vans and no tire tracks anywhere. If these vans are being used to transport people, whether it be healthcare, childcare.
Well, for one, these vans are snowed over.
There would be snow tracks. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 vehicles here. No snow tracks anywhere. These vehicles are not being used, and these transportation companies are making lots of money. Meanwhile, there's actually nothing to show for. Here's all of the vehicles right here. And the vehicles that are coming in and out, like this Toyota, it does not have anything to do with transportation company because there's no stickers on it and there's snow tracks. But the vehicles that are supposed to be used for transportation are literally locked in. Snow is building icicles.
I'm going to assume that at the initial stages of applying for these programs, they did actually go through and use the funds to buy a fleet of cars. And at some point they noticed, probably during COVID, that no one is checking. And they just, they stopped maintaining any kind of facade to pass these checks.
No one's even came out to remove the snow off the window. These transportation vehicles are not moving.
Like, the reason this speaks to me in particular, and it should speak to you, Oni Dojo, I'm going to file my tax return sometime this week because I got all of my paperwork for that. And usually I get back, like, I don't know, anywhere between $1,000 to $1,500 in back taxes as a tax return every year, because I go out of my way to make sure I don't owe anything. So like I pay a little bit of extra. So the government has been holding on to roughly $1,500 of my money, not paying me interest for that money, and that's on top of the taxes that they keep. Like the $1,000 that I get back, that's just, that's just the cherry on top that they allow me to claw back due to standard deductions, certain things that I can exclude from my tax flows and whatnot. They keep a shit ton of my fucking money in income tax alone. Never mind the Social Security payments that I make, which is money that I will never see.
And then right here, David has more paperwork for Silver Mountain. And there's 3 different companies in the same address.
Yeah.
So when we talk about how all these companies are intertwined, this is a perfect example of that. And this is why these transportation companies are so essential to the fraud in Minnesota, because they allow the fraud to be supported, as the majority of the fraud is from welfare programs like daycares, autism centers, and adult daycares, and healthcare services. They need to leave a paper trail to make it look like something is happening. Therefore, they use these transportation companies to create that paper trail by saying they're moving people from an adult daycare to a healthcare provider, for example, but they actually never provide the service at the healthcare provider. But that paper trail allows them to continue to bill the state for the money, and everyone gets paid. That's why this fraud is so deep and hard to dismantle, because quite literally everyone is involved.
And it's all because the state of Minnesota never checks.
All right, so this is actually the location for Silver Mountain Inc., LLC, and Co. Let's see if any...
Not really original with the naming.
Yes, we're wondering where Silver Mountain...
Silver Mountain?
Silver Mountain.
Oh, I don't know that. Where it is.
It says 2722 Park Avenue.
This is a residential building. Why the fuck is this? Okay.
Where is Silver Mountain here?
Fuck Silver Mountain. You don't have a permission to do that.
Okay,
You
so
were
Silver Mountain does not exist.
You were
No, the name...
What do you mean you don't have a permission to do that? You don't have a permission to do what? To look for a business that's publicly registered here?
The name of that...
This is, I'm sorry, my guy. This may be public property, but this is a business that is open to the public.
The name's not fuck Silver Mountain, it's just Silver Mountain.
Don't ask me that. When you come...
All right,
So
sir,
Silver
well,
Mountain-
so
This
Silver,
is not a waste
so
of time.
Silver
It's not
Mountain
a way
does
to
not
make a
exist.
business.
27,
You're making a
22
business.
Park
You
Avenue.
have millions of people watching you.
Silver
You're making
Mountain.
business to
Okay,
600
sir.
people.
27,
You have millions of people watching right
Yes.
now. Where is Silver Mountain
I don't
Home
know where
Healthcare?
Silver Mountain is.
Okay, well, that's what we're
But
looking for. All right, we're
me
moving on.
sitting there-
So Silver Mountain does not exist. David.
Well, it's obviously a business because they have some kind of reception, some kind of signage up. So it is obviously a business that is set up and available to the public. It's just not the one that's on the papers.
We're just simply asking for where is Silver Mountain Home
I can't
Healthcare?
find any of these companies. I mean, this is shocking. 3 companies are supposed to be in that building, and he's never heard of them. He doesn't know anything about them.
And look, so they don't exist there. Right there, Somali Senior Center and Adult Day Services, a daycare right there. All these welfare companies are in the same location, but their businesses, that business didn't even exist.
It's all fraud, all of it.
So right there is a transportation company, no passenger, just a driver. How come you think when it comes time to take accountability for what's happening, or just to answer simple questions about the fraud, they can't answer?
Well, I think their reaction tells you all you need to know. The reaction is so violent that if there was no fraud going on, they would say, what are you talking about? They would have a civil conversation, but they can't because they know we're shining the light on the fraud.
It is interesting that they're getting instantly hostile and they already know who he is. I need to take a quick bathroom break. I encourage everyone to also use the facilities in the meantime. Go refill your drinks. I will be right back.
Here's an important German word for understanding what's happening very quickly around you all of a sudden. Volksgemeinschaft! It means people's community, where people is a Volk, which is a unified ethnic, cultural, national, and nationalist conception of identity. What is happening in England right now under the banner of St. George's Cross is attempting to use the issues around immigration and all the attendant problems, including rape gangs, a liberating tolerance, anti-Brit legal situation, etc. To encourage an English Volksgemeinschaft movement. It's not about rights, freedom, Scottish identity based on the young woman who rightly and heroically stood up for her own physical safety. The same thing has happened with heritage Americans. In the U.S., the goal is to create a new understanding of what is an American that sees America as being an extended Volksgemeinschaft instead of a propositional nation or a nation or based on an idea. Obviously, given the word is in German, you can rapidly figure out who used and pushed the idea of a Volksgemeinschaft response to problems. In Germany in the 1930s and 1980s and 1940s.
James Lindsay is a MiG-15. All right, moving on.
And they have no defense, so in their mind, being loud and using profanity is their only defense.
Because I'm trying to give them the opportunity to say, where are the transportation companies? Where are the daycare? Where are the children? Where are the companies now? Yet they can't answer.
And to this point, Nick, the transportation companies we've been to, we haven't seen a single vehicle at any of them. In fact, some of them don't even exist. We can't even find them. We're going to the addresses that are listed on the Secretary of State's website as their business address.
This is a...
It would be nice if the Secretary of State would also go to these addresses to at least, check on the people to whom they're sending millions of dollars.
Massive parking lot here. We're going to go ask them where their vehicles are. They should not have any excuse as to why they don't have their vehicles here, other than if they are out driving right now. And what's the story behind this business?
Well, this business is new as of March of 2024.
Hey there, Piper.
It's Muhammad Malim is the registered agent for 713 Minnehaha Avenue East.
Me and David headed into this building, however, the owner was not there.
We're here at the suite of Epimonia Transport LLC. There's actually not even a sign here. And anyone here, it looks like there's a guy over here. Let's see if we can talk to him really quick. Do you know about Epimonia Transport here?
So there was a transportation company here in 305 for a long time, even before I joined the building a few years ago. He's never really here. I've seen the office a couple times. There's barely anything in there but a couch. And then I see him maybe twice a month at IF. So
Just find it funny that legitimate Americans are pinned under a microscope, but foreigners go completely ignored. If I misreport something on my tax forms, I will get my entire ass blown out by an IRS audit, to a point where it may just legitimately be easier for me to tell them to come and try to take me alive, because I know they don't have body armor above level 2.
And there's no transport vehicles outside. Massive parking lot, but no transport.
I've never seen one. I've been here for 3 years, and I'm always here. I'm a workaholic. I'm just nonstop here, so I know everybody in the building. And this specific space here is probably the most sketchy out of any other business here. Everyone else is here. They're friendlier. He just pops in and out.
And for instance, this guy Muhammad, he should have his business in 308. There should be transportation vehicles outside. There's nothing.
Just a second. I'm not sure why that's not working. Did I break something? Oh, now it works. Okay. Thank you, Venian, for shitting the bed very slightly.
That's weird that you say 308, because he's always been in 305 for the last 3 years.
Wow, so he's even lying on his public records with the government.
I would assume if he was to make and doing fraud, it makes sense to switch it up and throw people off track. It would be the first thing somebody would do, I would think.
So since the fraud has
I think I may be
exposed,
stuck glowing right
Muhammad
like
has
this.
left the scene, and that guy just said, he confirmed that there was never even been transportation vehicles outside. So Muhammad has completely left the scene. He's nowhere to be found, and this parking lot, massive parking lot, actually never even had any transport vehicles according to the guy who lived
stuck glowing like
or
that.
had his office next to Muhammad. How quick do you think the fraud would dry out here in Minnesota if they were to cut out
the red Oni is not
transportation?
green? I'm still mostly red. I'm just, I'm a little bit green on the accent points where I normally have an off yellow glow. Yeah, I am actually stuck like this. Just a second. Let me find the node graph. I don't know why it decided to shit itself like this. I don't even remember where my correct redeem for where the corresponding redeem for this is. Maybe it's under flashbangs. There it is. Let's see. Interesting. Okay, now it works correctly because it only actuated the redeem, well, not the redeem, the trigger for it once, as opposed to once. Oni Glojo, yeah.
Side of the fraud.
I think it would have a massive effect, and that the signal that would send would let people know the party's over.
Is David wearing body armor under the coat? I think he is, which is good.
Because if me and you were to go to the doctor, we'd either have to find a family member, drive ourselves,
Because that looks like a plate carrier.
or pay for an Uber. How come they even have this set up?
Yeah, I tried to arrange a ride
Yeah, that's laser cut Molly. That's a fucking plate carrier.
with one of these Somali transportation companies. They said they were all full.
He's wearing it a little low for my taste. It's supposed to come up to your clavicle.
So now we're at 2833 13th Avenue South in Minneapolis, and there's supposed to be a non-emergency medical transport.
Again, good for him. It's correct that he's wearing body armor. I hope Nick is also wearing something underneath the hoodie.
Transportation company here called Advance Mobility Incorporated. And what's interesting about this company is that state records show that it first registered with the state of Minnesota in 1999.
And they have been in business for over
Nick said before that he wears body armor. Good man.
26 years.
Yes, correct.
And
So
we're gonna go inside.
they must have a lot of vehicles.
So this is Advanced Mobility 2833, boarded up. All these windows are covered right here. We're gonna see if we can go inside. There's a bunch of shops in here. We have money transferring shop. We got clothes in here. There's a coffee shop. Let's see if Advance.
Holy shit, it looks like such a shithole. Everywhere these people go, they just turn it into a fucking bazaar.
Mobility is in here.
Doesn't look like it unless it's a stab vest, but he may just fit it well. Given that it's a hoodie, I would anticipate that it's most likely just soft body armor like a stab vest, so level 2 at most.
We got spices. Is Advanced Mobility here?
Do you know 224?
I don't think
There is something under the hoodie.
you guys are allowed to record it.
Do you know where Advanced?
This is a public space, my guy. Anything that's open to the public is automatically assumed as to be legal to record. So get your fucking strip mall lawyer ass out of here.
Advanced Mobility is?
Suite 224.
She's recording over there, so. Suite 224. Do you guys know where Advanced Mobility is? Do you guys know where Advanced Mobility is?
Advanced Mobility?
Yeah, we're looking for it. Never heard of it?
What is this? What is that?
Oh, my name is Nick Shirley. We're just looking for Advanced Mobility.
That might be a microphone, but then again, a microphone wouldn't be hidden underneath a shirt. It needs like direct access if it's a lapel mic.
Where's Advanced Mobility at?
We don't care about advanced mobility.
That's what we're asking for. All right, we're looking for Advanced Mobility. Nobody can help us right now. We got.
Yeah, 3 security guys may be a little bit squirrely for an enclosed space like that, especially since I'm not sure any of them are armed.
A whole group of people trying to get us out of here. We're looking for Advanced Mobility. Advanced Mobility doesn't exist.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Get out. You need to get out. You need to get out. Get out.
Now they're pushing us out of here.
Get out.
Where's Advanced Mobility at?
We don't care about advanced mobility.
That's what we're asking for.
Get out. Get out.
Would you like to give a statement on where Advanced Mobility is?
No, go ahead. Get out.
So Advanced Mobility is not anywhere here. We're leaving, sir. Would you like to give a statement on what's happening here in Minnesota?
You make stuff up.
This is a lie. I don't care.
What do you mean this is a lie? This is listed on the government's. This is listed on Minnesota's state website.
Who do you work for? Who do you work for? No, who do you work for?
Nick Shirley.
Who do you work
This
for?
is Nick Shirley, sir.
I don't care about Nick Shirley. That's you.
Yes, sir.
But who do you work for?
For Nick Shirley.
I don't care about Nick Shirley.
That's who he's working for today, Nick Shirley.
This is from the state of
We don't care
Minnesota.
about that. Get out of here.
And see, you guys say I can't film, but look at you guys filming. You can do that. You can film here. Advanced mobility doesn't exist.
Well, so what was interesting was we walked in there, and on the state's website, it says it's in suite 224, but it's a one-story building. None of the suites had the number 2 on them. It doesn't exist. And it's been registered since 1999, and it doesn't exist.
All right, next look.
It's also interesting how all of them were so well organized that they automatically had a mob ready to chase them out.
Location, David, where are we at?
We're at what's called Ray's, R-A-Y-Z Transportation, LLC.
And this is Ray's Transportation. We're on a street. There's no parking lot for any transportation vehicles. We'll see what happens. This is the address for Ray's Transportation. Let's see if anybody is here. Is Ray's Transportation here, sir?
I don't know. Transportation place. There's no transportation places here.
Oh, okay, well.
It's all
It's just Ray's.
healthcare places.
R-A-Y-Z.
Well, I think it's confirmed they're not here, David. So it's confirmed that Ray Transportation, all of
Interesting how once it's a local guy, there's no one chimping out, shouting, calling him racist.
these transportation companies, they're kind of like ghost companies. They exist on paper, but they don't actually exist in
Term you're looking for is shell company.
person. Would you like to see anybody in the government here held accountable?
Most definitely, because there can definitely be a
New term, local guy? How is that a new term?
allocation of funds.
And what's your message to Tim Walz?
Make a change. Make a change, because there's definitely, even when it comes down to like the kids and stuff, there's definitely stuff that like we need spaces for the things that are going on that they're not doing. We need these type of spaces for it. Now this is some crazy stuff, but I'm glad that you bringing light to it. It is a crazy, interesting situation.
Hey, what's up? What you got going on, man? Hey, you keep that false narrative that you be going on. It's a nonsense.
You should get in your car because
you should not be doing that, right? You are creating misinformation. This is not fair. It's not fair for the American people.
How is it misinformation? Where's the lie? What is he saying that's not accurate?
To be doing that.
For
It's
fraud to
not
be happening?
fair. It's not fair what you mean.
Not fair how? How is it fair that I pay taxes that you then defraud?
You cannot be doing that. You're not being fair.
How?
This country is built on fairness.
Is it fair that I pay taxes that you then steal? I don't think so. I would argue that with the amount of taxes the Somali community steals, I should be given hunting tags to just carry a gun into Minnesota and collect scalps.
You're not being fair.
Yeah,
You cannot come into the community and be doing that.
So we shouldn't allow fraud to be happening, right?
Let the legal system do its job.
The legal system gets kickbacks from the Minnesota fraud.
It's
We
failed.
got a governor. We got a
Your governor is a retard.
attorney general. Let them do the job. You're not in a position to do the job. You're not.
I don't know. He seems to be doing a pretty bang-up job, and also for zero of my money. To them, a lie means something I don't want you to say and will hurt you if you don't stop. I would like to see him try.
Not a prosecutor. If you want to run for office, go ahead, run for office. But you cannot be doing this.
I don't know. He seems to be doing it just fine.
This is misinformation. This is information.
How is it misinformation, sir? It's from the
This is what you're doing.
state
You're
of
coming
Minnesota.
You're coming everywhere. Where you coming from?
You see what I mean? We're talking about the facts that's happening here.
You can't. It's Southside. It's my turf. Get it.
Sir, so we were just having a civil conversation. That guy hopped out of his car in the middle of the road. In the middle of the road about the fraud that's happening. And he's saying that I'm the bad guy for showing light of what's happening here.
They're passionate. They're passionate people. They don't want this type of stuff either going on or be brought to light. So that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna come. It's a very tight knit community.
You saw it firsthand how crazy it gets out here. He hopped out in the middle of the intersection. So
We need to introduce a new citizenship test. If you're not willing to eat a bacon cheeseburger, you can no longer be American. I'm sorry. They keep asking them for a target. Where are you from? Who do you work for? Who can I hurt to make this go away?
About race, you're a black guy, they're black, right? We don't have no ill feelings towards you by any means. We're talking about the fraud that's happening. So God bless you, sir, and thank you very much. Why are we doing this?
So we're doing this, A, because it's the right thing to do. The people of Minnesota and the people of America want this done. Fraud is fraud. And when we try and talk with these people and say, look, the main reason we're doing this is to find out why are all these checks being written by the state of Minnesota for companies that don't even exist. That's what we're trying to figure out. It's not a race issue, it's a fraud issue, and fraud is fraud.
And so what most people don't understand about this fraud is it is literally...
What do they say? It's not all Somalis, but for some reason, every time it's a Somali.
The entire state of Minnesota. It's not just in one part of Minneapolis.
Right, and so I think what happens is the people in the...
So if you don't eat a bacon cheeseburger, you can have free housing, free EBT benefits, and will get off scot-free from all responsibility in Sanctuary City? No, you will be denaturalized and deported. That is the conditional that we're working off of, Garm. Do not black pill in my fucking chat. You hear me? ICE is working overtime to get these people out of the fucking country. We are at the first time for in my lifetime at net negative migration from the country.
Suburbs of Minneapolis and St. Paul, they get lulled into a false sense of security because they say,
you're the blackest pilled person because you live in these shitholes firsthand. Sucks to suck. I'm kidding. I understand that not everything is going to be fixed overnight. To be fair, you have a specific person to blame, and that is Ronald Reagan.
Oh, that's in Minneapolis. It doesn't affect us, or that's in St. Paul. And we're showing that this fraud spreads throughout the entire state of Minnesota, including all of the suburbs. And we're going to bring to light exactly what's going on.
Listen, you can also still do your part. Just, whenever you order DoorDash and the courier is very obviously Hispanic, just report him to ICE. Reagan needs to be remembered as a traitor, true that.
On in those respective suburbs.
And so what's happening in this?
Ronald Reagan and his amnesty is the reason why California is currently deep blue. This could have been prevented if John Hinckley had better firearms training. So true. We had a good president since before Wilson until Trump. That is a good question.
Suburb of St. Louis Park.
Well, this is one of the Somali NEMT, non-emergency medical transportation companies that's registered with the state of Minnesota.
Cali was red lean swing before Reagan, yes, and it became a deep blue state, mostly due to LA and San Francisco, mostly due to the people that he has amnestied into citizenship.
In St. Louis Park, and so let's see if this one actually exists.
This is the location of Crescent Transportation. We have no vans outside right now. Does not look like any vans are outside.
It was the one who passed the Cali Open ban too.
Let's go inside, see if Crescent Transportation exists. Here we are, and it's an apartment complex. There's no signage of any Crescent Transportation Company. Once again, another fraudulent business where they don't even have a storefront to show where they're at. This is an apartment complex. So this is an apartment complex right here?
Yeah.
And have you ever seen Crescent Transportation out here?
Nope.
And what do you think about the fraud taking place here in Minnesota?
Huh? I'm a taxpayer. I don't like it.
What's your message to all the fraudsters?
Based?
Huh? Prosecute their ass. Take them to jail.
And how do you feel knowing that, for instance, right here, a transportation company that receives money from the government is not even here? It's an apartment complex.
I just said I don't like it. I'm a taxpayer. I work hard for my money. People out here fraud, they should go to jail.
And should
yes, sir.
Tim Walz go to jail?
Oh, he cricket too, huh? All them cricket, all the politicians. My daddy ain't never liked none of them.
So that man right there just confirmed that this is an apartment complex.
Right, and
Remember during COVID, it was so easy to scam the government since you worked in a bank. You just needed to pretend to have a business and the government gave you $8,000 for free. Wait, those are supposed to be loans. Excuse me, they're supposed to be paid back.
So
what the fuck? I refused to pay. I refused to claim my fucking COVID stimulus money. Jesus fucking Christ.
Have specific rules governing operating businesses out of apartments. They do not allow transportation companies to park vehicles in an apartment parking lot. None of the cities in the Twin Cities allow that.
Because even if you were to be running a transportation company out of your apartment, there's nowhere to park the cars.
Well, where are they? There aren't any. Crescent, I don't see anything with Crescent on it anywhere.
More fraud taking place here.
So this is called Hopkins Child Care Center.
We're going to look at one more and then we're going to move on.
This facility is licensed to hold 118.
The TSA loan, they just took it and closed the account from overdrafts. They just said shops were pop-ups. At least I hope that came directly out of California's own coffers.
Children, so this should be a really big facility. And this year alone, they have received $2.25 million from the state of Minnesota, and last year they received $1.92 million from the state of Minnesota. And this facility, in the past 5 years, has been in the top 10 for the most money received from the state of Minnesota.
So there should be plenty of children. There should be footprints of children walking in and out.
This should be a very busy place, yes.
So this
only the most degenerate and worst place in America.
Right here is Hopkins.
Which is a shame. Again, most, like, a lot of Californians, despite the memes, are good, hardworking people. Like Asians who live in California, people in South California, even North Cali. Like, people who don't live in the cesspits of LA and San Francisco are good, hardworking people who just get absolutely raped by their local government.
Child care center, they're receiving over $2 million a year. All of the windows are completely blacked out. You can't even get in. And for a place that's supposed to have over 100 children, there's no footprints anywhere going into the store. And it's locked, midday right now. This is the back side of the daycare. We're ringing the doorbell right now. See if anybody comes.
There are no blue states, only blue cities. Yeah.
Hello, sir. How are you doing? How are you doing? Yes, sir.
Get out.
Okay, listen.
Get out. This is our business.
Yes,
what are you
sir.
looking for?
We don't care what you do on the parking lot.
Go this side. This private.
I can be here in the parking lot.
No. You don't be here.
Wait, can we ask you about the daycare? It's all right. Can we ask you about the daycare?
No. I don't care, Ken.
Sir, I'm not racist.
You have to live here.
I'm asking you.
No. You don't ask me nothing.
$2.25 million.
Get out, you guys. Get out.
$2.5 million.
Get out.
This is a business.
Get out, hey. Get out. What are you looking for?
We're asking. We just want to
get out.
We just want to ask you about $2.25 million.
Get out. Get out. Get out, guys. Get out.
Or you fucking what? Or you what, light bulb man? What the fuck are you gonna do?
You cannot do that.
Get out. No, you cannot. You cannot do that.
Where?
Get out.
This is
fucking get out, man. No. Get lost. Get out. No.
Sir.
You have to get out. This is our property. Get out.
Why? Can I ask you about the daycare? I have the paperwork right here.
No. Get out.
What's the need for $2.25 million for a daycare?
Get out.
Can you answer the question?
Get out. No, I don't ask you any question. Fucking.
You can't.
Guys, get out.
You can't answer the question.
Get out. No. Who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley.
No, I don't give a shit. Get out.
Why are you fucking asking?
Could you answer the question?
No, I don't.
What's the need for $2.25 million for a daycare?
No. Fucking $1 million.
I don't
worry about it. Get out.
Okay.
Get out.
And it's licensed for 118 children, but I don't see any footprints of any children here. I don't see any footprints of any children here.
Get out. Get out.
I bet one of them doesn't speak English at all.
Guys, get out. No, you're not asking nothing, man.
I'm just asking you about what we're seeing here.
No, get out. Get out our business. Get out.
Sir.
This is my property.
You have no.
What is the business? It's not your property. He's on the curbside.
Get out. Watching right now. Can you say?
Fuck.
What's the need for $2.25 million?
Fucking $1 million.
And where are the 118 children?
Motherfucker, get out.
Sir, I'm just asking you a simple question.
Get out! No, you don't ask me other question. Fuck it. Get out!
You have the opportunity
Get out!
to answer
No,
the
no,
question.
no, 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 no. You can't ask me nothing. Get out! Get out of the business, man. Get out! Get out, motherfucker! Get out!
Sir,
Get out!
just answer the question.
No, 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 no,
Just
no.
answer
Get
the
out!
question.
No, get out! Leave!
Sir, just answer the simple question.
Leave.
Hey, don't touch me.
You
Don't
YouTube.
touch me.
You YouTube, man. Get out!
All right, code word has been given. We're out.
Get out!
All right, we gotta get out of here.
Get out!
It's like a genuine video game NPCs where they have no ability to say or do anything except repeat 2 of the same lines. Yeah.
Sir, just answer the question. Where are the children? No footprints of any children around here. No footprints of any children. They can't even answer the question. We gave them so many opportunities. We gave them plenty of opportunities to just answer some simple questions. Millions of people are watching right now.
They came out with guns blazing. All we want to know is where are the children? 118 children, no footprints in the snow. All of their vehicles were sitting there with 2 feet of snow on them. They haven't moved in months.
The windows are all blacked out.
Yeah.
It's the same thing at all these daycares. 4 men came out.
And granted, these are amounts per year, and this has been going on for years. Not 4 as in 1, 2, 3, 4, as in like this has been going on for multiple years.
Yet they couldn't answer the simple question. We had it right here.
For decades in some cases.
$2.25 million this year.
Welcome to Minnesota.
Now this daycare center, how much money has this one?
Yeah, some of these have been registered since 1998.
This child care center is called Proud Child Care Center, and it's in Eden Prairie, Minnesota, which is a very high income area. It's a further out suburb from Minneapolis, but there are a lot of multi-billion-dollar homes right in this neighborhood, and this.
Imagine paying multiple millions of dollars to live in Minnesota.
Child care got $1.25 million in funding in fiscal year 2025. It got $1.08 million last year. It opened in 2021. Let's go see if we can find any kids.
There should be at least 40 children here. Looking at the snow prints, does not look like there's any snow prints of any young children.
That's kind of a weak line of argumentation, my guy. You're not really entertaining the premise well here. Just, describe actual things that make sense.
And all of these windows are completely blacked out. Let's see
Okay.
if we could just talk to somebody. Could I enroll my son Joey into daycare here? Well, do you have the paperwork where I could enroll a child? Who are you? Oh, my name's Nick Shirley. I was wondering if I could enroll a child. I have a son named Joey.
Who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley.
So where you come from?
Yeah, I'm just coming out and seeing if I could enroll my child, Joey. We just want to get a statement as to why this daycare needs $1.26 million, and if it's even possible to enroll somebody like my child, my imaginary child, Joey. No, you guys.
Listen, at least either lean into the bit and have it be, proper undercover journalism, or just go out, out in the open like you have been.
Can't give a clear statement, or could you even
Who put that tint on the windows? Well, based on the quality, Somalis.
give me a paper to enroll a child into the daycare? Just to show that you guys are a legit business. It would debunk all claims if you could just give me a piece of paper saying where to enroll a child. You can't.
Arturo would have done much more of a good job. I don't know. I've seen Arturo hammer in screws, so let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Do that. Okay, well, thank you very much. And I hope this place actually is holding 47 children, because you guys are receiving $1.26 million in this year alone. So have a great rest of your day. They won't even give us a paper to enroll a child. Could have debunked all their claims. They can't even do it. One of the big talks about the fraud is about Quality Leering Center. It's a daycare that has received $1.9 million.
All right, I guess we're going to see a follow-up on the Leering Center.
Instead of Quality Learning, it says Quality Leering Outside. But the big controversy about the Quality Leering Center is that Somalians, after the video went live, they all of a sudden started shuffling children into the daycare, but at the same time, the Commissioner of Children of Minnesota was on a live stream saying they had closed the daycare a week ago.
Quality Learning Center closed just over a week ago.
How much money has this place?
That commissioner looks like Karine Jean-Pierre.
It's all received. And what's...
This is the one that's licensed for 99 children. This fiscal year, they've received $1.9 million, and in fiscal year 2024, they had received about $2
Somebody said they tried to add leering to the dictionary to cover for this.
0.2 million, so about 4 million.
Ambitious.
In the last 2 fiscal years.
We're up in the Quality Leering Center, 1-800-FRAUD, as now it had been confirmed that this place was closed down, and now they're shuffling children into the daycare.
They've added stupider words like, I'm not reading that out loud, you're not going to get me.
So Tiki Brown said this facility was closed.
Oh, she said a week ago.
And now, magically, it's full of cars. So how can it be closed if people are coming and going?
Fraud. Why do you have everybody?
Yeah. Okay, this is the
another light bulb snoog edition.
Right here.
They can record it. We just need it off the property. Okay.
We know they can record it. They're out in public.
So you guys can record
and so they, how come they said this building was closed? We're trying to speak to the owner. They won't even answer a simple question. Look, now he's going inside.
Hey, sir, don't run though. It looks suspicious when you run, brother. And you can smile, but bro.
Sir, I'm right here.
Come on. Call the black man racist. I dare you.
Right here to speak to you.
I'm right here.
Don't do that. Oh,
you can't defend the fraud.
Oh, come on. At the daycare doing, not at the daycare doing the middle finger though.
We have like 100 cameras on it.
Now, both of these people have interesting ties with politicians inside of Minnesota. For instance, the man who's running the daycare, he was celebrating with Mayor Fry after he won re-election of mayor inside of Minneapolis. And then this lady right here seems to be a friend of Ilhan Omar, as she has photos with her outside of the restaurant, and she also has videos of her giving a tour to a separate daycare to Mayor Fry. It really makes you wonder why these politicians haven't fought against the fraud, knowing that it's happening in locations like Quality Leering.
Oh, maybe it's because they all get gigantic kickbacks from them.
Center. Meanwhile, they're taking photos and celebrating with them at events.
What's your message, people, on the fraud here in Minnesota?
This is part of the cover-up. They're trying to cover their tracks. So let me say this on camera. If you can prove that any of the information that I have here is false, I'll give you $100,000 cash. If any of it's false or inaccurate in any way.
Very big if
Anybody
true.
want to take me up? And if you can't prove it, you have to give me $100.
So you saying all that's real?
100%. I'll give you $100,000 if you can disprove my information.
See, they all went silent.
Well, to be fair, you're mostly surrounded by people who agree with you.
Silent.
Anybody? Your $100 versus.
They get 1.2 million every year doing nothing. Well, that's sort of the point. In order to get that $100,000, you need to actually disprove him. You need to prove that he is wrong.
This is my $100,000
which is
cash.
not possible.
They're all silent. What do you think about the fraud here?
Hey, the fraud here in Minnesota, I ain't gonna lie, is crazy. Like, what do you mean specifically? What do you mean?
Yeah, how do you feel about this daycare, for instance, receiving 1.9
retard squiggles on your chest. I don't know how I feel about that.
$1 million, and they couldn't even spell learning right. They spelled leering.
Hey, man, Somalis, they're an interesting creature. I'm not gonna lie, I can't say too much. I'm already too hot. But I mean, Tim Waltz, you gotta solve this stuff.
Interesting choice of words.
Minnesota really cracked down on this because they've been doing this for years. So
should Tim Waltz be prosecuted?
Hell yeah.
And at this point, you're probably wondering where all the millions and billions of dollars has gone. Well, it's been
Well, at least 800,000 has been shipped over to Mogadishu.
Tracked that a lot of the money, millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, has been funneled through TSA at the airport inside of Minnesota. It's been well tracked and documented even in 2017.
Well, yeah, because they've been just declaring the money.
There was reports coming from the local Fox News station, and I was actually able to meet up with a whistleblower who used to work as an agent at TSA on the side of narcotics, and he saw millions of dollars go through TSA.
And what kind of fraud did you see take place here in Minnesota?
So I worked for the airport police for 31 years. 24 of those years I worked in narcotics at MSP Airport. And my recollection was from about 2015-16 to 2021 when I retired. I would get emails from our dispatch saying like 2 male Somali descent individuals. They would give us their names. They claimed the cash, that they had a large amount of cash at the checkpoints. We'd get all this information in an email, and I believe they would send it right away. So TSA would contact our dispatch telling us this, then our dispatch would relay the info via email to us.
And how much was the money?
The money, the smallest amount in a suitcase that I heard was like $750,000. But generally, it was anywhere from $1 million to $6 million in a suitcase. And there usually was, as far as I can remember, there was always two individuals traveling. So you would have maybe one guy with 2.2 million and another guy with 3 million. And
at airports, you're able to take $10,000.
So two guys with at least 1 million each of our fucking money
without declaring it. How are these guys able to take millions of dollars?
Because as far as I know, as long as they declared it, they were fine. So then TSA would contact HSI and Customs, and I'm sure they got the information. We got the information.
Genuinely don't understand why you bring the money back to your country. Why not just start an actual business and reinvest it into your life in America? Because it's more complicated than just stealing the money, laying away infinite nest egg in your country, where you're also possibly purchasing positions of power, political office, funding candidates that are on your side. You also need to understand that like $1 million also goes a way longer way outside of America than it does in America. And if you do things in America, you're suddenly subject to all the discomforts that Americans are exposed to, such as, taxes and all of the overhead and actual compliance with laws and shit. And it is difficult to do real things. It is difficult, especially when your primary source of income is fraud.
My administration knew about it, and I trust that they sent that on to higher state officials on this. But
I wouldn't say decades, but it definitely goes quite a long way.
Nothing was ever done the whole time I was there. I talked to one individual. We were going after.
Doesn't even have to be the third world, realistically. Like, you give me $1 million, and I can go somewhere in Eastern Europe, for example, or I can go into Russia, hell, and I will live comfortably off of that money, partially investing it, buying a couple of small businesses, running them on the spot, buying a nice place to live. Like, that money goes genuinely a long way.
Narcotic.
Being the king of Somalia is still being a king of Somalia. Yes, and so Garm, have you traveled outside of the U.S. much? I'm not saying this to deride you. I'm just, I need to understand how much perspective you have on what wealth inequality looks like outside of the U.S. Looks like the ICE shot someone else in Minneapolis. Well, sucks to suck. Someone took a shovel after an ICE agent. Only to your mother country, which isn't much. Well, here's the thing. Generally, significant amounts of money that we think are like $1 million is legitimately like a life-changing amount. But in America, it actually does not go as far. If you're willing to part with America and take that amount of money into not even a third world country, just something that's not the fucking Fourth Reich of the European Union. But if you go to like in one of the lesser countries, so to speak, if you go to Thailand, or if you go to Russia, or if you go to, I don't know, what are other examples? Probably somewhere in South America would also work. That $1 million legitimately, if you play your cards right and if you're politically connected, it puts you into a place that is significantly more comfortable and more stable than trying to reinvest that money here. I'm not sure about Chile. I've never been. I can't say. But basically, if you're at the top, like being at the top half percent of a given country, is at the very least short term more comfortable, safer, and luxurious than, you know, sort of just functioning normally as part of American society, as part of the upper middle class. Yes, you are king of Somalia, meaning that you have zero accountability, you have effectively limitless power, completely unreachable by the law. Supposedly you have all of your needs met so long as you have some kind of way of siphoning off that money. Like, again, in the hypothetical scenario, if I have $1 million that I have to take somewhere and make it work, I personally would have kept the money in America because I want to stay in America. It is a choice that I make every time. I have the option to live in a number of places. If I wanted to, I could live in Japan. And I could take that $1 million to Japan. It goes a hell of a fucking long way in Japan, especially with the exchange rates. Like, I can buy a house for next to nothing anyway. But the thing is, I choose to stay in America. That's besides the point. You give me $1 million, I will have that invested into 5 small businesses in sort of what we refer to as emerging markets. And I will turn that into a passive cash flow very easily. And I will make sure that I will ensure that money with political connections by involving politically powerful people in those businesses, making them stakeholders of my success. And I can do that in under 3 months. Also to note that these Somalis don't want to be Americans, they want to be Somalian. Yes, also very true.
Cash leaving the airport. This was always fraud. We had no nexus to that this cash was related to narcotics. So our hands were kind of tied. We couldn't do a whole lot.
How do you suspect these Somalians had millions of dollars to move in an airport?
We would rack our heads all the time, like, where are they getting this? Where in the world are they getting this money? And I had heard about these daycares and whatnot, but I mean, I thought at the time, okay, maybe they had 10 daycares, but apparently they have a lot more than that. We were all just racking our heads trying to figure this out.
So you openly saw just millions of dollars get moved through these airports?
I saw one time, I saw an open suitcase with the cash because we were looking into seeing if it was narcotics related, which it was not.
How much money do you think moved through the airport in your time?
Millions, literally millions and millions. I mean, we're talking for a good 5-6 years, you're talking, I don't know, 5 to 6 million a week. It would happen twice a week. You would get
Holy
twice a
shit.
week where there would be somebody flying, 2 people flying out with $1 to $2 to $3 to $4 or $5 million twice a week, every week, without fail.
Yeah, that's billions of dollars at that point.
And where were those people traveling to?
So this is the word I got, that they would fly to Atlanta, take a flight from Atlanta to Dubai, and then apparently what I had heard was it was too dangerous to go any further with it, so they'd wire the money to Somalia. Whether they scraped a whole bunch off the top and did that, I don't know.
Wow, so they take the money from Minnesota, take it to Atlanta, and then take it to Dubai.
Not a lot of sense to try to break that down again. We already heard it. So this should aggravate you. This should make you legitimately angry. Again, this isn't just the Minnesota problem. The money that's being defrauded is coming out of federal funding. Your tax money, my tax money, we all pay taxes off of our income, every paycheck. That money, our fucking money, is being used for this. And with the amount of taxes I pay every year, and with the amount of fraud that's taking place in the Somali community, for my taxes that I pay and receive barely fucking anything for them back, should be given a hunting tab to just take my gun into Minnesota and go entertain myself every year. I should get a hunting tab for like 10 Somalis every year for the amount of fraud that's taking place with my fucking money. All right. What do we have on YouTube? Let's see. Oh, the Porcado. Absolutely. Based. Yes, instant purchase. Black Hawk Down reenactment day.
This update is on the Saber 11. The Saber 11 is a
Okay.
double-stack 1911 that uses fully machined components. There are no MIM components in this at all. The Saber 11 will feature a 5-inch bull barrel, a full-length dust cover, and an external extractor.
Nice.
The slide features wraparound serration and will come standard with an RMR AOS optic mounting system. The trigger that
Nice.
comes with the Saber 11 has an interchangeable trigger shoe.
People are saying it's entirely plausible that the national debt is just the price of generations of fraud. You could see it. Yeah, just based on the numbers I see thrown around, our entire budget deficit is just fucking fraud.
That you can change without having...
We can stop paying income tax if we just, don't allow foreign invaders and unproductive members of society to defraud our government.
To take your entire gun apart. It also comes with a full-size MJD grip that we worked with him on to match.
Well, here's the thing. If it's $500, then it's an instant buy. If it's anything that's touching like VP9 prices, I would rather buy a
the
VP9.
aesthetics of the Saber 11. The Saber 11 will ship with two 19-round Checkmate magazines that are compatible with other double-stack 1911s on the market. Now let's talk about where we're at on this project. We are currently finishing up our industrialization phase of getting this project to the market. We plan on launching this by the end of Q1. We are releasing more
End of
update videos just
Q1.
like this.
Okay, so this is going to be live by like what? You just want to own a 2011 that isn't Turkish or over 2K? You know what? So here's the thing. If you want it if you're willing to pay $1,500, just get yourself a Stealth Arms Platypus. Realistically, the Springfield Prodigy comp is a good 2011. Like, I don't care what people say. I've shot one. It's a good 2011. It runs.
As we get closer to SHOT Show. So make sure you follow us on all of our social media channels and head on over to...
But the Porcado is also definitely very interesting. Again, if it's cheaper than a VP9X, then I will definitely consider it.
our YouTube, hit subscribe.
Because if it's like $1,500, you could get a Rock Island Armory 2011. I don't know if Rock Island Armory is any better right now than a Porcado, realistically. Like, if I'm going to buy a 2011, I either want like a properly juiced up Stealth Arms Platypus, or that's probably it. Like, if I'm going to pay 2011 money, I'm going to pay it for a Platypus. If it's 1K or lower, you're sold. I actually thought about the Springfield. Again, the Springfield comp, the Echelon comp, shoots very nice. It's very pleasant.
And click that notify button.
I'm definitely never buying a Turkish gun. I am not giving the time of day to a Turkish gun. Never. A nation that's incapable of producing a shotgun that works? No. I'm not trusting it with making anything the fuck else. The Porcado, though, at least for the memes, is very funny. The Platypus is great. The Platypus is a great concept. And again, the way I want the Platypus set up, because I'm very extra about my guns, it's going to be like $2,000. It'd give your time of day to an MKE. What's an MKE? Sounds familiar. Let's see. Someone posted this, and this has to do with the new Steam machine.
What if I told you that the architecture barrier of PC gaming has finally been broken? For decades, if you wanted to play the biggest games on Steam, you were locked into...
The Turks licensed an HK roll. No, absolutely the fuck not. No. You're asking for trouble. A gun designed to be manufactured by Germans but made by the Turks? Nah. AP5, brother,
processors from Intel or AMD. But now everything is changing. We just saw Cyberpunk 2077 screaming at over 200 frames per second on an ARM-based system, the same type of architecture that powers your smartphone and the latest ultra-efficient laptops. On January 8th, 2026, just a few days ago, Ubuntu dropped a bombshell by releasing an experimental Steam Snap for ARM64. This is a massive tech stack that bundles Steam with a translation layer called FEX.
They run fine. The military roller rifles were meant to be cheap and hard to fuck up. That's why so many of them. The reason for the proliferation of the MP5 is because it's relatively easy to buy a post-86 machine gun fire control unit for it. That's the only thing that's keeping the MP5 relevant. I am certain of that.
EMU. Now, to be clear, those 200 FPS results were achieved on high-end NVIDIA Spark hardware, but the fact that it's running at all through emulation is a monumental feat of engineering. So why should the average gamer care about an experimental Linux package? And well, it's because it represents the future of gaming. We've seen the promise of ARM, silent devices, and incredible battery life. By perfecting this translation layer, Ubuntu...
Oh, you're mostly referring to the G3, I see.
...and Valve are proving that the hardware you choose to play on won't matter anymore. In this deep dive, we're going to look at the magic of FEX-EMU, the secret reason Valve is pouring money into this project, and how this is setting the stage for a revolution in gaming. Whether you're a Linux enthusiast or just waiting for the Steam Deck 2, this is the story of how the walls of PC gaming are finally coming down. To understand why this Ubuntu news is so important, we first have to understand the architecture barrier of computers. For the last 30 years, the PC gaming world has basically just spoken x86. Almost every game ever made was written specifically for x86 processors. ARM, meanwhile, is the king of efficiency, but because the instructions are different, an ARM chip literally doesn't know what to do with a Steam executable, or at least it didn't before. The core of this breakthrough is FEX-EMU, a project funded by Valve for nearly a decade. While many people are familiar with emulation through...
So basically, if you ever gave money to Gabe, you funded this. Gabe was sitting in front of a monitor with a screen that looked like this and has been... What? Has been punched in Gamer Rage? You mean washed in Gamer Rage?
Things like playing old Nintendo games on a PC, FEX is a binary recompiler. As developer Tony Wasurka explained in his presentation on breaking architecture barriers, the task of emulating an x86 CPU is monumental.
Oh, that he had punched in Gamer Rage?
x86 has thousands of instructions. Some estimates say up to 6,000 unique variations, depending on the extensions used.
The fact is the x86 instruction set is huge. And we're not talking about like tens or hundreds of instructions, but depending on how we count and how many of the different instruction extensions like SSC and SSC2 and whatnot you count in, you can reach up to thousands of, I've even read numbers like 6,000, for example.
FEX doesn't just guess what the game is trying to do. It takes the x86 assembly code and recompiles it into an intermediate representation. This IR is a neutral ground where FEX can optimize the code, eliminating redundant steps before finally outputting native ARM64 instructions.
So we can take our internal representation and make sure, like, do things like constant elimination, for example, to make sure that whatever code we use to ultimately generate ARM code is as minimal as possible.
But this optimization is critical because, as the FEX team says,
we still need to make sure that it all runs fast, because we don't want to have a slideshow. We want to actually use.
Yeah, that was my first question. Like, how do we ensure that the processing speed is consistent?
We need a fast implementation of this whole thing.
This is obviously very important for gaming because you want the games to run, but also run well. By using this multi-step translation process, FEX can get remarkably close to the original input size, keeping the overhead low enough to run demanding playing 3D games. You may have even already tried out FEX yourself without even knowing with things like the Game Hub. One of the most fascinating and difficult parts of the FEX project is something called the memory model. This is a reason many emulators fail. In his presentation, Tony used a brilliant example.
We have two threads in our program, and the first one is just trying to get the second thread to compute a result.
Imagine a program where one part of the CPU calculates a result, 42, and another part waits for a done flag to flip to 1. On an x86 chip, you are guaranteed that if the done flag is 1, the result is ready. On ARM, however, the CPU decides to reorder those instructions for efficiency. It might flip the done flag before the result is fully written to memory. This creates a race condition where the program sees the flag, checks the results, and gets a 0 instead of 42.
This is extremely difficult to resolve from an emulation perspective because we still need to adhere to the x86 semantics.
FEX has to solve this by using half barriers and smart heuristics. For example, they discovered a specific pattern used by almost every Unity game, a 61-bit circular buffer. By creating a specific hack or heuristic for this pattern, FEX
That frame rate is ass, by the way.
Can disable expensive memory checks for everything else, providing a
massive performance boost for those Unity games. It's a bit of a hack, but just because it so consistently works across such a wide range of the library, it's really worth it in this case.
So FEX-EMU is the engine powering all this, but how do you, the user, actually get it running without a PhD in computer science? This is where Canonical's new Steam Snap comes into play. Now, to be clear, Ubuntu has specifically said this isn't directly partnered with Valve, but obviously they are using Steam, FEX, and Proton, all Valve projects, to make this work. Previously, setting up Steam on ARM was a nightmare. You had to manually install FEX, set up x86 root FS, and then figure out how to bridge your graphics drivers. Ubuntu has fixed this by using the Snap format. Now, you might be wondering why a Linux distribution like Ubuntu is working so hard on this, and the answer lies with Valve. It is no longer a secret that Valve is funding FEX-EMU development. Tony explicitly stated.
So basically, right at the time where Microsoft is gradually turning into Microslop, thanks to them replacing too much of their staff with Indians, Valve is about to fund a consumer-grade Linux infrastructure that's also going to be more efficient than the last 10 years of bloatware. Gabe fucking Newell does nothing, still wins.
In his talk,
we're actually paid to improve FEX, so none of this would have really been possible without Valve's monetary support, so thanks again a lot for that.
Think about that. Valve already has the Steam Deck, which uses an AMD x86 chip, so why invest millions into an ARM translation layer? And the first answer is the Steam Frame. Valve's new headset, the Steam Frame, runs on an ARM chip, similar to the processors in the Meta Quest. To make a VR headset light and battery efficient, you almost have to use ARM, but Valve can't launch a VR headset with 0 games. So by funding FEX-EMU, Valve is ensuring that on day one, their ARM-based headset can run the entire existing library, but it's not
There's a VR game under the Thief franchise?
Just for VR. It's also about the Steam Deck 2 and any other future hardware, even from other manufacturers.
Speaking of VR, it's not exactly VR, it's strictly speaking AR, or it's mixed reality, really. But Asus showed off mixed reality glasses. It's basically like a personal screen for you to use with your handheld device, or like with any device that has a Type-C port. Live 2D Master Race? Absolutely the fuck not. Live 2D is cope. Live 2D has to go through immense workloads in order to simulate a fraction of my power.
The efficiency of ARM chips is now rivaling and in some cases beating.
It's the not Thief game? I see, never mind. Please disregard my excitement.
What Intel and AMD can do in a handheld power envelope. By perfecting this
it's basically T4th VR.
Translation layer today, Valve is removing the architecture lock-in. They are making it so that in the future, they can pick whatever chip is the most powerful and efficient, regardless of whether it's x86 or ARM. And your games will just work. In recent interviews, Pierre, a Valve employee, has said that they are waiting for the right SoC landscape to emerge, suggesting that the superior battery life and performance per watt of ARM could be exactly what they need for a true next-gen Steam Deck 2. Now let's look at the actual numbers from this news and how Steam is running on ARM, because that is the most exciting part for any gamer. Canonical did their primary testing on the NVIDIA DGX Spark. This is a high-end development platform, but the results prove that the software stack is ready for the big leagues. For example, Cyberpunk 2077 achieved 200 plus FPS using DLSS via Proton. For Counter-Strike 2, it was described as smooth with no notable performance issues in 2+ hour sessions. There was even Hollow Knight Silksong, which yes, they tested it and described as very smooth. Dota 2 and Portal 2 had no notable issues, and they were running like native apps. There's even multiple—
See, I would like them to use something that runs on Unreal 5 and get back to me.
Other games that they tested, which you can check out in this list. However, we need to have a reality—
I think they were making this as the entire Steam library, like using the headset as a monitor without necessarily pushing VR on it. Maybe that's the use case that Asus is using for their what Asus is bringing to the market is technically not it's not a VR headset, it's not a combined reality headset. It is just it's a heads-up display that gives you access to like standard gameplay. So calling it VR would actually be incorrect. And I guess Steam wants same functionality in their mixed reality headset.
Check. This is an experimental beta. If you are on a Qualcomm Snapdragon X laptop, there is a known issue preventing the Steam client from working properly right now. Canonical is investigating this, but it's a reminder that ARM on Linux is still in the early phase, and will really only just get better from here. If you have an ARM64 device running Ubuntu and you want to join—
He's sitting in front of a busted 10x20 monitor.
The beta,
okay.
The process is pretty straightforward, but you must follow the order. The first time you launch a game, Fex has to build a code cache. This can take up to 10 minutes, but Fex is essentially pre-translating parts of the game to disk so that the next time you play, it loads instantly and doesn't stutter. And now you're able to try out Steam Gaming right on ARM64.
During that first run, Fex will keep track of all the blocks that have been executed, all the locations in the code that the game was trying to run. And on the next run of the game, Fex will pull ahead all of the compilation processes that previously were done on the fly, and it will collect one huge binary and save it to disk so that subsequent runs of the game do not need to use the recompiler anymore in a lot of cases.
So for those of us following the progress of Linux gaming, as its percentage continues to go up with Steam, this is the beginning of a new era. We are moving away from being locked into a specific type of processor. This Ubuntu Steam Snap is the first time a major OS has handed users a one-click solution to the ARM gaming problem. It brings together Valve's funding, FexEmu's technical brilliance, and Canonical's packaging. As Tony Wasurka finished in his talk,
you can start to see a pattern. x86 simulation isn't magic. I mean, maybe it is, but it's also a lot of work. So, sadly.
That work is finally paying off, and gamers are now getting to try it. We are seeing a future where your OS choice like Ubuntu and your storefront choice like Steam are more important than what kind of silicon you are using. The architecture wars aren't over just yet, but the walls are definitely coming down, and Valve's projects are right at the center of it. Don't forget to like—
I'm more excited about the potential efficiency buff that this is going to get compared to the bloatware that we're forced to suffer under in the form of like optimization, fake frame generation, and all of that shit, like AI upscaling and whatnot. All right, this is a quick Shohei video. I just found it interesting to react to. We're gonna look at this and then we're gonna play some games.
So let's watch this. Like one of cringy video I've ever seen this year.
So it's lib shit white women being loud and obnoxious, carrying communist signs with Twitter's favorite Japanese communist somewhere hopping in the background.
So I can't use the audio due to copyright. But basically, they are holding communist propaganda and dancing to the Rage Against the Machine in Japan.
It's very funny because they are the machine.
Do you feel me? Okay, sure, I'm living in the US now since 2011, but I'm still Japanese. I go back to Japan. I visit Japan very often.
Was it Japan that burned offenders at the stake when they were being beheaded? They've possibly done that at multiple points. They had a wide variety of punishments. Ranging from beheadings, crucifixions. I don't believe they ever did live burnings.
Often, but last time was 2 years ago. But I can say confidently, Japan has changed. Especially some part, like Tokyo and Osaka, it's changed. No doubt. You cannot say
Shohei is starting to notice.
Japan is
he can't help but notice.
Not changing or getting worse. Even you just live in Japan like over 10 years. No, I was born there, grew up there, and I was living there over 20 years in Japan. Yes, biggest reason why Japan is changing is because of politicians, no doubt. But second, maybe us Japanese who had no interest of talking about politics for a long time.
Shohei is beginning to hate.
But third, some
You remember the story of the warrior who got boiled alive, but that was once. I think that's more of a tall tale that karate gyms tell about it's a story about the occupation of Okinawa by the Satsuma clan.
Politically, slightly.
The last time the Japanese boiled anyone was Nanasan Ichibutai, and that was in Manchuria. Those weren't executions; those were experiments.
Brainwashed group of people. It's really affecting. I don't think they can change Japan positive way. I really don't think they can bring something positive. They only bring some more.
He's being affected by the freedom from living in America. Absolutely. The freedom is getting to him. He sees what we have and wants that for Japan.
Conflict. Okay, so what's happening is that so they're holding. Sorry for my bias. I shouldn't judge people with their skin color. But according to their fashion and no shame dancing middle of the street, or if they're not TikTokers in Japan.
Well, it's not a bias. You're just, observing reality. You like his cowboy hat collection? Yes, very respectable.
Teenagers.
He's also slowly morphing into a respectable Southern gentleman.
Probably the Westerners, and then they're holding this. So it's say I stand against racism. Great. I hate racism. I stand against racism. And I think most Japanese should. But this garbage is Japanese communist propaganda. And two, against racism.
It's the same MiG-15 who always appears at these protests. It's this guy. He's in all of them. Like, he is at the center of Japanese Antifa. Also referred to as Shibakitai. He is, like, you follow the footsteps for the communist rose in Japan, he is going to be everywhere. Why would you have an ice anything in Japan? The Antifa super soldier, yes, exactly.
Japanese communist propaganda. And two, against racism, like I do, you can just against the racism. You don't need to hold this up and putting middle finger.
Yeah, you can actually not be genuinely racist, but also not be a blithering commie.
And they might don't know who made this. This is basically Japanese communist propaganda. I need to explain this. This is just...
We desperately need a new Yamaguchi Otoya.
The kind of group of people who call racist everyone. Everyone who against immigrations, everyone who against mass immigrations, everyone talk about foreigners, they call you racist. So they're kind of like super toxic in Japanese society, in my opinion.
Not only that, they have a dedicated portion of sort of their protests that gets violent against counter-protesters like Ken Kenobi. It's well documented. It's almost as if they all work off of the same communist playbook.
Based on what? Based on the stick in your mouth?
Essentially, yes.
And I really think it's rude. They moved to Japan because I think they don't love where they're from, and they love Japan, and they moved to Japan, right? Why do they think Japan should...
No, they don't love Japan. They love what they think Japan is, but they also want to ruin it.
Should change for them. Make sense? I'm not sure if they know it's propaganda from communists, But Japan is.
They don't think that communism is bad. Shohei, you're a little bit behind the curve. You need to get with the program. It's time to start running helicopter rides for communists.
Not communist country. We don't want.
They love what they think they can get from Japan. Yes.
Communism in Japan. Okay. If Japan became communist, it's not Japan anymore. We need Japan. This Red Rose group. Anyone who against them, you are racist. And just remember, they were professional of making the racism out of nowhere. It's like almost magic.
If you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls, and President Trump responded.
That is dog shit.
I want to introduce one more video that's kind of interesting. This one, American wants to flee to Japan because
that's
of
the funniest
Trump
thing
with
ever.
no visa. Time has changed. I thought the people want to move to America for something, but now
usually for economic opportunity. That's the primary reason to move to America. Your growth basically is uncapped in America if you are intelligent enough.
American is trying to migrate or refugee to Japan. I mean, we don't need
retarded Americans are trying to run away from America because they think that we live in a fascist country. Fascism is, things they don't like that we all voted for.
Acceptable.
What makes you think that you want to refuse to Japan?
Donald Trump is a fascist.
But if you have...
I mean, it's fine, but that's not enough reason to be refugees in Japan.
I really don't think the Japanese state will see it that way and grant you refuge from America. The country whose satellite Japan currently is. Fascism is when elections have outcomes you don't like. I guess so.
Okay.
No visa.
I want to be an English teacher. I have an application.
Right now, he is asking for donations to buy ticket to go to Osaka from Tokyo.
Donald.
Let me pull up my phone. Okay, he's begging.
I hope he gets raped by the homeless population of Tokyo.
Ticket. By the way, you see many. You might see homeless in Japan, but you don't see homeless begging in Japan. Do you know why? It's illegal. It's a 軽犯罪法第1条第22号. Oh, 古事記行為. Begging is banned. But if you're doing some performance, it's fine. Or
is it hard to hitchhike in Japan? I've never tried. Because why would I? because I'm employed and I can just pay for a Shinkansen ticket. I believe legalized tsujigiri. Real and true. I believe Sklimbo backpacked through Japan at some point, but he didn't hitchhike from what I understand. He just, because he's an adult, he just, had enough money for travel and stay, and that's how but he did backpack through the entire archipelago.
If you're doing someone for some group or a charity, it's fine. But this kind of begging is illegal. So if his visa is expired and he's against the law now, I wonder if they could be deported. I also need to say, I do understand idea of American. Like I talk to a lot of people about this issue in person. Like most of them think this, because I'm living in New York City, most of them think this is the story.
My condolences. That's the one fucking thing I can never get. It's the same with several like facially productive and good minority groups in America, what you would call model minorities. It's Russian, Asians, and Jews. For some fucking reason, all of you choose to live in fucking shitholes like California and New York. Like, y'all are hard-working people. Why the fuck do you live in places that tax you to death? Does Japan have publicly accessible surveillance cameras? Yes. Quite a number of those. I don't know why you're asking. but like my brother in Christ, and there are gigantic Japanese populations in LA and in New York specifically. And the reason I'm so salty about that is because they get to have Japanese martial arts instructors. Like, you get your pick of Japanese martial arts instructors. We barely have any in Texas. There's like one Japanese kendo instructor in all of Austin. I am so salty. Why don't you come and live in a good state? So that man is begging you could find him where he is and call the police and tell him in Japanese someone is begging in public. Hypothetically, if you can find a telephone number of a koban that's local to that area, I guess you could, yes.
Stolen land, and then like anyone here is just people, no American or Japanese or blah blah, just people. I get that, but that's American standard. But we don't want that kind of mentality in Japan. I'm here. I'm Japanese.
Is Shohei saying that Japan is for the Japanese?
Okay. In Japan, he American, and if he doesn't have visa, illegal. We don't want American standard. And if you are in Japan, you need to respect the Japanese standard. I don't know why it's so hard to...
Most liberal Japanese men, by the way.
to explain this for other people.
Were you born in America?
Yes, I'm from America.
You were born in America, but you know, compared to like some Middle East, war-torn country...
And also it makes me sad. A lot of Americans don't like America. I'm a little sick of tired.
They're not Americans, Shohei. They're fucking commies, which means that they're barely people.
Of like people who hate where they are now. Find out love. If you cannot love America, I don't think you can love Japan. Maybe you might.
I mean, yes, there's a lot of truth in that observation. If you're incapable of being patriotic about America, if you're not able to appreciate the good things about America, you are very likely not going to appreciate what real Japan is like.
I might find something negative.
Or African, some poor country. I think United States of America is like wealthy country to live in, like so fortunate to be there, right? As far as I know.
A country can be wealthy and have opportunity for some people, but still be fascist, as is the case under Donald Trump.
President is not.
So, is he going to list any downsides?
The one who has power. A lot of group of people, companies, even some countries. Sure, president have power, but it's not everything, I guess.
But like, if you are American...
We really messed up when we stopped punishing treason hard enough and would instill generational fear. I mean, we could just start with, just outlawing communism and, arresting a number of communist agitators. I think that should be fine.
That's not just me saying that's not a fringe view to have.
No, it is actually a fringe view. It is a view that is exclusively held by like 90 IQ midwits.
By the way, what did Hillary Clinton
bring back hanging for treasons?
And say, if Donald Trump gets back into power, you will not recognize the United States of America.
So like, what makes you think that you will not?
Can someone bring up the sign? We really need that sign real quick. There's a sign that I'm thinking of. You see, you will not recognize America, you say. There you go. I believe I got what I voted for.
I refuse to Japan.
Things under Donald Trump are unpredictable, and a fascist dictator who commands people to do what he says, otherwise be eliminated or be replaced.
Well,
who got eliminated for not doing what Donald Trump wanted?
So basically, he moved to Japan, not because.
Yes, a country that actually doesn't have, prescribed civil liberties. By the way, truly just an NPC reading off of the narrative. Oh, absolutely.
He loves Japan, but he hates America.
Your prime minister, you're Japanese?
Yes, I'm Japanese.
You know what Takaichi?
God, I wish. When is Bondi getting replaced? A good real and true. I wonder if the head is worth it. Does she give toppies as sloppy as we hear? Is that the only reason she's still employed?
Japanese.
Actually, she's a female prime minister, first female.
Oh, by the way, I have this poster, but I'm fan of Takaichi-san, okay? But I'm not fan of LDP.
Based? That I agree very much.
And I'm having this because I thought it's funny and it looks.
Her mouth must be sore 24/7 at this point. She sure speaks like it is.
It's like my icon.
Which she embarrassed herself by jumping up and down by Donald Trump when he came here. It was a disgrace for you, and you should be ashamed of that.
But like
I mean, you don't tell me what we should feel. That's arrogant.
Oh, now Shohei is getting angry. Come on, let it out. Tell me how you really feel. I'm sure living in New York for 10 years, you know some good words to describe this specimen. The funny thing about countries where those kinds of things happen, people who are threatened by it can't complain because they will get killed. The accusation is generally self-refuting. Yes.
like 90% of the
fucking local guys
teenagers support her. She is the chosen prime minister, and I think that as an American who's trying to refuse to Japan, like I respect the Prime Minister of Japan. If you call her disgrace, that
yeah, you're also, by the way, you are in Japan. I'm sorry. Negative comments about public figures technically count as libel and perjury there, and they actually have a significantly lower standard for perjury lawsuits. Not perjury, excuse me, for libel.
That's like, come on, you're in somebody's country, right?
Yes, and I do respect the Japanese people, absolutely.
Well, the Japanese people still vote overwhelmingly for the LDP.
Yes,
but if you
for the LDP and Sanseito, and Takaichi is very much an intersection of the interest of the pro-nativist interest.
But if that's so, don't do begging. And also, I'm not sure about law in Japan about immigration, but when I came here as a student first, I needed to provide a lot of documents that, like a bank statement, if I'm able to stay here without working or begging.
Calling Prime Minister of Japan.
Yes, whenever you follow the legal process for entering America, you sometimes have to sign a statement that you will not rely on the public dole when you are here, or when you're sponsoring a visa, for example. You testify that you will not become a ward of the state.
Japan disgrace, that's kind of like...
What she did was disgraceful by jumping up and down beside Donald Trump.
That's diplomacy, man. And it's Japanese. It's Takaichi-san.
The first female prime minister in the history of Japan.
Has anyone actually made it to level 4 before? If you're slightly congested, use level 1.
Madam Prime Minister.
You don't know Takaichi-san.
American people wanting...
She's arguably the coolest prime minister Japan has had in several lifetimes.
Illegal migrants to deport it. I think that's something it's...
Yes, right. Japan is a country that's very famous.
I mean, America.
In America.
Yeah.
No, you should have let him. You should have let him speak. You should have let him hang him with his own rope.
Yeah, that's his.
Do you support that?
That's his signature domestic
Famous
issue.
for what?
But do you support that? Deportation of the people who doesn't have visa.
I believe in Hillary Clinton's view on immigration, that we need a comprehensive immigration reform.
Yeah, but it's...
What is that reform supposed to achieve?
Do it in America, not in Japan.
He's with her, bro, Soypog. It's her turn.
I don't understand your objection. Do you think I'm here to just scam people, or that I'm here illegitimately?
In my...
I mean, you're technically here illegitimately because you don't have a legitimate asylum claim.
opinion, these people, I'm not saying he's communist. Some group of people who are trying to
Japan
politically, it's more problem than scammers, my opinion.
You're legal though.
If I weren't, then they would arrest me.
Call police. He's begging money here. Call police. He should be jailed for 1
Omawari-san. Omawari-san.
day to 30 days.
Ihoshimasu.
And not that much. Like some fee. But it's not that much. Yeah, I've been saying this many.
I think if you're both illegal and also breaking the law at the same time, like if you're a foreigner and, committing petty crime, on top of the fine, you will also be deported from the country and then barred from entry.
Times, but I'll keep in saying, I do believe Japan is one of the uniquest country in the world, but also Japan is one of few countries that keep in tradition very well, and I love that. So if we are watching this, live in Japan, or if we are trying to move to Japan, I really hope you find some love that you can love in Japan, and don't try to change Japan. Don't try to modify Japan to fit you. It's not gonna happen, and it's kind of rude. And if you're illegal in Japan, definitely, I don't know what to say, but definitely no begging. I doubt you can get money. So yeah, I'm looking forward to go to Japan soon.
I'm enjoying Shohei's noticing arc. He's definitely one of the good eggs. Let me quickly do something. So our spawn redeems for the Twitch integration do not work, and I have not had time to fix them. So what we're going to do is we are going to turn them off, because so that people don't waste their points, and I'm going to refund the points that were spent on that. Retsushi. I never have time to go and fix anything. Do it now. Let's see. Put your name on the map. We're going to keep that one. Pet Reaper to hang out. We'll remove that one. Cow or Reaper did not seem to work. Alright, so we're going to turn those off for now. Crazy how instead of trying to find a job or do anything, he resorts to begging instantly. I assume he thinks that if he makes it to Osaka, then he's going to have a better... He did say that he's waiting for a certification to be an English teacher, which, I mean, it does sort of speak to a significant degree of retardation that's, I guess, required to be an unironic leftist. He lacks, how should I put this? He lacks a capacity for multi-stage planning. Therefore, his immediate instinct is, well, I will run away to Japan and be happy there, without really thinking his plan through. But again, in order to have those attitudes, you need to be clinically retarded. So I'm not entirely surprised that this is probably someone who's not able to navigate the breakfast question. Many such cases. We're going to play Subnautica. You have been warned. I'm also out of lemonade. Alright, let's wait for it to load. I changed the category. At least I think I did. Ah, okay, and it's also capturing. Good, 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 good. Which one are we playing? That's my old save file. No sense in loading that one up. I don't remember if that was the save file that I played on stream, or if that's just one that I played for myself.
You look like you could use some coffee.
Ooh. That actually reminds me, I kind of want a little bit of coffee. It's not going to do anything for me. Coffee works as a downer for me, realistically. I'm gonna quickly message Oni wife to make me coffee.
Power only. Power restored. All primary systems online.
I guess it just was rendering stuff. I developed a liking for a pecan scented coffee that they sell at the local HEB. So as you can see, I did a little bit of background grinding. Forgive me, I am weak. I also neglected to save before I exited the game after my last stream, so I just had to rerun a part of the a part of the game. Basically, I had to do all of the Aurora shit all over again. So that's why I basically had to regrind. But what we're going to do is we're going to build a deployable scanner room, and we're going to take it out into the wild to make it easier to look for stuff, because we still need to find Do we have? Oh, we have stuff for the Cyclops. I forgot. I found all of the Cyclops pieces. So then, what are we looking for then? What do I even need in that case? I have everything I need. I have enameled glass. So I guess we just need to build a prawn suit and we need to build a Cyclops. Hell yeah, okay. And what do we need in order to do that, I wonder? Let's see. We need lots of titanium, so I guess we can go and farm titanium. We do have lithium for the plastic ingots. We even have one plastic ingot. Oh, we need aerogel. Where the fuck do we get aerogel? Let's quickly Google how do we get aerogel, because I'd forget. Subnautica aerogel recipe. Fabricator under advanced materials, gel sac, purple glowing part in the deeper biomes. Ah, we need gel sacks. Okay, we need gel sacks and rubies. Okay, where do we get gel sacks? Gel sack. I think I know where I get gel sack. Gel sacks, mushroom forest, Grand Reef. Okay. Sorry for cheating. I would rather do that than force you to wait that long. Okay then. So we're going to tag this, and we're going to use a solar panel. So we need 1 gold, 2 copper, 5 titanium. 1 gold. We don't have copper. We're gonna need some titanium for that. Oh, we also need some quartz for the battery. So 1 more quartz for the battery. Nothing here. Alright. Do we have anything upstairs? Do you have my coffee? What's in this bag? Open storage. There's just water. Let's take some water. I wonder if the scanner room sees anything we need. Reefback, creature... Rex. Alright, it's still mostly out of reach, so that's why we need a mobile one, is to enable us to actually get around and get the things we need. Okay. Actually, let's have it look for... And we primarily just need easily accessible resources. Traffic picking up here at work. Perfect time for you to leave. Thanks for checking in, Seku. Always appreciate it. By the way, since the YouTube refugees are mentioned, I have sat down to edit the video about Shirakawa Ryuji's little episode. It's not like a dedicated edited video. I basically just, cut open and edited the VOD. However, I would encourage you all to still go and watch it. It's currently set as a premiere, but you can follow the YouTube, and you're going to get notified when it actually goes live. I think it's a very, very worthwhile, very educational snippet. And, the best way, if you want more commentary, and you don't necessarily want to always be around to catch it on stream, maybe you don't have time for that. I expect the Oni Dojo to have other pursuits, so they're not always able to just sit and watch streams. So go ahead and watch some of the older edited VODs. I always try to make it at least somewhat interesting. I don't just edit them for the sake of, converting whatever slop I put out into evergreen content. So if it's edited onto the YouTube channel as a VOD, it's usually good. You have to stream some time, and it means you just missed the first 2 goddamn hours for once. You didn't put a link into the Merchants Guild. You did not understand the assignment, Notary. If you're going to announce your streams, you can also put the link in the Merchants Guild channel. That's why that channel is there. To be fair, we didn't really do anything terribly interesting for the first 2 hours. You don't expect people to care that much? Perhaps this permission is a failing of pessimism is a failing of youth. So here's the thing: if you're posting about it in the self-promotion channel, like if you're not expecting people to engage with it, why are you posting it there? That's one. Second of all, if you aspire to content creation, I am sorry, you're going to have to grow a habit of being shameless and plugging. Like, let's take a recent example of Elfin. Like, Elfin's failing is not in the way she approached. She was actually very good at marketing herself, and a lot of her rapid growth had to do with the efficiency of the marketing that she did for herself. And most of the marketing that she did was actually extremely obnoxious and just shameless self-posting on every appropriate and inappropriate medium. Like, you could not get her to shut the fuck up right before she debuted, and even in the several months after she debuted. You could not fucking escape her go-lives. She would post all over fucking VT, even in places where you're not supposed to self-post. You maintain that pessimism is not a logical outlook? Well, yes. It's just not. It's also contrary to what you're trying to do. You escaped her? Well, I was never ensnared by her. Her content didn't really appeal to me. That's not entirely correct. I liked her early content. Then it sort of started, she got audience captured to a certain extent. I didn't enjoy late stage Elfin. It was funny in the early era. You just heard from a baseless rumor that she was another shameless foid that baited men only. I plead the fifth. I'm not going to confirm nor deny. Here's the thing. I personally, on a personal level, have only had positive interactions with Elfin. Does that mean that she's not done questionable things and is probably at fault for doing things that are not of great moral character or standing? That also might be true. It's just that I have personally never had any damage, never suffered any damage from her. Possibly as a function of never really interacting with her at length. I don't know. All that means is, I really don't have a bone to pick with her. And that is about it. Can you fuck off? Please and thank you. Oh god, fucking damn it, the goddamn roadkill. I need a reinforced hull for this. I'm gonna burn through my repair tool battery like that. But to my larger point, a lot of her success had to do with the absolutely shameless, borderline obnoxious self-posting. That is how you pick things up. It is a failing of mine, by the way, that I don't also do that. I do not self-promote at all. Like, I don't obsessively post my own links. I don't go and post about my streams on TAC. I don't bring myself into OG. Even though I am technically, like, I qualify for being posted there. And again, I think that is a deficit. I should be better about self-promoting. Hell, if anything, I should spend money on ads. Like, I should be buying traffic one way or another. Usually hard dodge VTuber drama very well. That's a valuable skill these days. I think it's not difficult to dodge drama. It's just that, you know, some people girl boss very close to the sun, and that was definitely a case with Elfin. I'm gonna need one more copper. Trying to reshape your thinking to be more inwardly positive. You hate the idea of being obnoxious, but you need to push into the middle of the group at least. Well, negative self-talk is something that I exercise profusely, but I only do that because I react to it well when it's internal. I generally don't react well to external criticism, or external sort of down-talking, with very, very few exceptions. My early martial arts instructors, not just my early martial arts instructors actually, all of the people from whom I've had the benefit of learning, because of how they structured their feedback, Sensei Smith. I'm not sure what that is a reference to, Garm. I'm sorry. But as I was saying, my martial arts instructors were very good at providing negative feedback when needed in ways that forced me to do more. And my Kyokushin instructor was particularly very good at challenging my ego and basically he was very good at gaslighting me into doing more. And as a result of that, I have become a very competent striker and overall a very successful martial artist in my own right. All thanks to sort of that negging, for lack of a better term. That sort of negative feedback that I was exposed to as a stimulus tool. But it's important to learn how to utilize instruments like that correctly. I don't believe I need lead. I don't believe I need that much quartz. I need a single table coral sample and then I should be fine. I'm trying to not take extra shit that I don't need. Alright, we have one more titanium to offload. Alright, we have quartz, we have gold, we have enough copper, we have enough titanium, we just need some table coral. What is Sensei Smith referring to? Is that some kind of a meme I'm not aware of? It's a joke about strip mall karate teacher in Texas. I didn't learn my karate in Texas. Or in America, for that matter. All of my lineages are Japanese. The funny thing is, the catalyst for this might just be a fucking horse. He didn't even get it until it was worded in a specific way. Well, listen, as long as Uma Musume gets you to do positive things, more power to you. Alright, we're gonna go and we're gonna build a scanner room in the middle of the mushroom forest.
All systems online.
This would have murdered a PlayStation GPU back when the game just released, because the optimization was bad. But yeah, I don't believe I've ever seen an impressive American instructor, which is why I'm so salty about all of the good Japanese instructors being in New York and LA. Like, I would like to, you know, practice Kyokushin with Japanese instructors, even if it would require me to enroll into a different federation. Although, to be fair, the Kyokushin gym where I go to spar is not bad, it's just... there's not a lot for me to learn there, is all I'm gonna say. And, I don't know, the place where I train judo is also by no means bad. It's just that, I would say outside of providing me access to formal curriculum, it's not really doing a lot for me. And, I am very likely going to outgrow that place very quickly. Oh, I forgot to bring materials for a hatch. That's too bad. I'm gonna have to go back. I forgore. That's too bad. Let's at least start building it. What are we short on? 2 titanium? Yeah, that's a lot of shit we need.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Did I need a beacon too? No, I roughly know where this is. Whenever scanner rooms spawn, they spawn with 2 cameras, and the cameras are already lit up on your HUD. So it's very easy to navigate to them. But that being said, yeah, like it's a question of sort of being internally consistent with what you do. If you don't think what you say is worth listening to, why the fuck are you saying it in a public square? If you think that what you're doing is worthwhile, then advertise it to people. I pointed out that the Southeast Asian accent in Japanese, and now you can't stop noticing it. You're welcome. Enjoy your freshly found brain poison. The intrusive thoughts will never leave. I overshot my moon pool. Oni wife made like a savory muffin. So I'm enjoying that with my coffee.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright. What do I need? I need, what, 2 titanium? I believe I needed a piece of quartz. And a piece of copper. I don't believe I have a piece of copper. Just in case, I'll bring an extra piece of quartz. Yeah, that should be fine. It's very hard to stop noticing after you learn something. Your brain starts picking it up more vividly. Probably as a compensatory mechanic. Yummy fruit. Let's get some water. That's another person who lacks any semblance of shame too, by the way. Like, I am almost impressed with how shameless a living person can be. Then again, white woman, that sort of comes with the territory. Am I at all familiar with threat level assessments for sex offenders? No, I am not. I've not had a reason to to engage with that particular subject. For as far as I am concerned, they're all wood chipper tier. Why?
All systems online.
My understanding that certain charges are levels from 1 to 3, in terms of severity of offense and likelihood of recidivism, okay. But anyway, 3 as well, Black Dahlia Murder made a song about that. I am very much behind on my contemporary music. Sweden let a life-sentenced Afghan level 3 out. What do you mean out? Out as in they just released him into the general population? With no oversight whatsoever? That sounds like a very Sweden thing to do. I'm sorry, but until such time that the Swedes course correct, I am referring to them as the nation of the raped. Because that is what they seem to want to be.
Welcome aboard, power
Jolly
restored.
good.
All primary systems online.
May want to move the entrance to the other side. Alright, let's just let it run. There's a data box somewhere. Okay. That's probably the one by the entrance to the Lost River. We need gel sacks. Or magnetite, actually. We need quite a bit of magnetite. Shale rock. Does magnetite spawn in shale rock? Likelihood of recidivism. Any likelihood of recidivism should result in permanent removal from society. That is true. I mean, you know, when you execute criminals, their recidivism rate falls to 0. Needs a little bit of time to run. Understand that level 1 sex offender can be assessed as a result of urinating in public as a male, so keep your brain in the game. That's fair, but it's more of a call to, you know, don't It is a good reason to never lose your mental faculties. It must be an awkward conversation whenever you move. Yeah, so I'm on this list, but it's okay. I'm like a normal person. I just urinated in public. Mind you, you also lose your rights to own a firearm if you ever end up in that situation. Same with smoking weed. So, do not get so drunk that you get pissed and that you try to take a piss in public. As far as I'm concerned, there is no good reason to consume alcohol. And don't consume the goy nip. It also does nothing for you outside of exacerbate you having a schizophrenia episode. Are you telling me there is no fucking magnetite and no gel sacks? Are you serial right now? That's why you hate those laws? Like, you have a dick as far as I'm concerned. You have a God-given right to pee on a tree as long as the bushes are in the way. You are right to a certain extent. I think a lot of public urination laws actually date back to early settlements. In the sense that it probably had something to do with, like, waterway safety and whatnot. Still, public urination is kind of inappropriate in an urban setting. And I maintain that it's not a great practice to pursue. Can you get gel by using the knife? That was my thought process in a previous playthrough, and I recall it being incorrect. Gel sacks are a dedicated drop that just happens in certain biomes. We're just gonna have to probably move the scanner closer.
Warning, emergency power only.
Yeah. You don't really need aerogel for much. And, I think you also get consistent sources of it very, very quickly at certain stages of the game. So it becomes easier to forget where you actually get stuff. Now we need to pick an approximately safe area to try to put down another scanner room. What are you? Lithium. That's still useful. I usually play this game in spurs, you know? This looks like a quaint little cave. Kind of cutesy. I think I want to build here. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't build here because I would need direct sunlight for my eco-friendly zero carbon footprint scanner room. However, I also don't want to be attacked by the bone sharks. Who is my favorite Pokemon? Haunter. Well, basically the entire Ghastly genome. Gyarados is a close second. Alright, let's see. Heat area, not interested. Shale rock. Rubies. Does magnetite spawn in shale rock? Is the operative question here. There's one right above us. Let's go find out, I guess. Actually, what we can do is scan the shale rock, and it's going to tell us what spawns in these. Well, this one has a diamond inside. You haven't been able to forget Pangoro since you evolved him the first time? I forget what the Pangoro genome looks like. Voice logs, data bank, blueprints, data log, geological data, shale outcrop, gold, lithium, diamond, so no magnetite. Ruby, salt deposits, heat areas. Do I need to let you run more? Or are you just struggling for range? We're like on the edge of the forest. Dark fighting delinquent stereotype panda. Oh, right, Pangoro, okay. Yeah. I think we need to move. Like, this is probably just not a great position for this.
Warning, emergency power only.
Yeah, you'll be fine. I have a number of those. They used to be, a PvP exclusive for Pokemon Go. I'm gonna snag that lithium real quick because we're gonna need a lot of it too, so may as well, since we're in the area.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Are there any gel sacks in this cave, or is it just lithium? How much room do I have? I mean, I have as much room as I want because I have an external storage compartment. Okay, well, not as much as I want, but I can at the very least, you know, keep the overflow shit that's definitely not used for building the scanner room. So lithium outcropping, but we can't collect that yet. It's also lithium, lots of lithium. I'd say in Pokemon Go specifically, one of my favorite Pokemon is a Shadow Metagross. Just because he snaps the PvP meta in half. His raw attack stats are so powerful, especially with the Shadow boost, that he, even when he does damage that's labeled as not very effective, it's like 2/3 of your HP with a single charged attack. And I love that so much. You'll have some fucking dude who has a meta-relevant pack, and then you just wipe the entire thing with Meteor Mash. No, I didn't build it as a 0-15-15. So because it's a shadow, I couldn't, you don't really get to pick how you build them out. So, and since he's only relevant in the Master League where there is no CP cap, you just basically need, you know, the best IV you can get. And I have 2 Shadow Metagrosses, and I think my current PvP one is... he's like a 70%, but even at 70%, he just rips everything in half. You stuck to Great and Ultra. I hate those. They're kind of mid-maxy. I like my big Pokemon. I like them maxed out all the way to the gills. I run a 100% IV Gyarados with Dragon Breath, Crunch, and an Aqua Tail as my opener because he has like the widest resistances. And
based on what? Based on this dick in your mouth.
Oh, listen, I'm sorry it's not the most popular pack, but basically I run a 100% Gyarados, a Shadow Metagross with limited attacks, well, with Bullet Punch and what was it, Meteor Mash, and a Shadow Ho-Oh with boosted Sacred Fire and I forget the fast attack. Like whatever standard fire attack he has. I had to switch over. I used to run Origin Form Giratina, but because the meta shifted towards being heavily featuring fairies and dragons, well, metal fairies specifically in the Zacian, in the Wolf Twins.
Warning, emergency power restored.
It's nighttime. Okay, we're not gonna get much out of you.
Offline.
So yeah, I had to shift away from Giratina just because it became completely irrelevant in sort of a metal and fairy dominated meta. Norway has responded to Trump's comments by sending their military to the tune of 2 soldiers. Oh boy. Well, listen, they're not gonna get hurt. Germany sent 13, the UK sent 1. Where did they send them? And Galissopod. Oh, I hate you. I hate you so fucking much. Skelly Dredge and Greninja. I hate you. Greninja is so fucking cheesy. To Greenland? Okay, but to do what? What are they going to do there? Because all you can do with that amount of manpower is, you know, surrender. What is the game plan, exactly? Because they're kind of limited for options there. I think I need to go the opposite way if I'm ever going to be in danger of finding the gel sacks. I do need magnetite that I think spawns somewhere around here. You cunt. Pretty sure you could pay the local populace to beat them up and take their stuff. Yeah. That's sounds like a very plausible outcome. I don't want to do a lot of exploration in this area, especially not in the dark. Because I may accidentally stumble into Reaper territory, and I don't want to. Actually need a bit of silver. Yeah, that's a Reaper. That is definitely a Reaper call. You like Greninja? It's your starter of choice. Listen, the only reason I hate on Greninja is because he gets a little bit too much energy build off of his fast attacks, that's all. Like, he has obnoxiously good fast attacks both for damage and energy buildup, and at the same time he has access to very, very unpleasant charged attacks that do way too much damage, and I think some of them also have, like, after effects. You see, my unbalanced build, good. Your unbalanced build, bad. Although for Ultra League, I used to beware the tongue scarf, exactly. If I recall correctly, my Ultra League build is a Shadow Gardevoir with Charm, a Shadow Blastoise with Hydro Pump, and a... no, it's probably not the shiny. It's a regular Mew with Shadow Claw as a fast attack, and Dragon Claw and Ice Beam as his charged attacks. User, your A key has started double striking for reasons you don't understand. It sounds like a switch issue. Perhaps a spring snapped. That's usually a good indication of that. We're gonna be here until morning, until the fucking solar panel is able to generate power. Doesn't do that every time? Well, there's variable tension on that thing. Sometimes it's enough to return it. Like, you apply different pressures when you're typing at different speeds and going to the A off of different buttons. So your keystrokes are not uniform, both for depth and force of pressure. So off of certain words, it will not do that, and then for other words, it will do that. Sometimes instead of A, you type ER instead. I'm not sure that... No. That's a problem that's exclusive to you. I really... Oh, there we go. Probably gonna die very soon.
Power restored. All primary systems online.
You should give it a hard stuttered press to make sure it doesn't. Seems to work well. Oh, there we go, gel sacks. We have positive contact. Send a camera to go find it. That's not a direction I wanted to go. Okay, fortunately they grow in clusters. So if we find one, there should be multiples. I really like the deployable scanner room. It's my favorite thing ever. Of course, fucking of course. Magnetite, hell yeah. Alright, let's make sure that we light it up in a way where it has both gel sacks inside of the beam. Can I quickly do this? Stalker 2... Okay, so there are no Leviathans within the scanning range. So it's just scaring me for no reason. That doesn't make sense. That sounds like a Reaper Leviathan call, however distant. But there are none on the map. Interesting. Well, okay then. I'll have you search for magnetite while you're at it. Aha! There is magnetite. Let me get my bearings real quick. So this is the Mushroom Forest, this is the Ark. Like, I could swear that's a Reaper call. Then again, the game is probably just trying to get me to freak out. Alright, this is still inside of the Mushroom Forest. Reapers don't go into the Mushroom Forest. That is a fucking Reaper. That is definitely a fucking Reaper. Alright, slight change of plans. We're gonna go on foot just because it's faster to retreat. Just gonna do this.
Seek fluid intake.
I'm not sure how much gel I need. This definitely looks like not enough. I'm also not a big fan of that thing swimming towards me. Let's hide in the Mushroom Forest for a moment. Because it's not going to try to traverse. As long as we keep low to the ground, it can't reach us. Because I believe it doesn't go down past a certain depth. Or at least that's what I tell myself to pretend I'm safe. Let's hide over here. Alright. Drinky poo of water. Alright, I'm seeing 2 bits of magnetite right under where the fucking Reaper is. Because of course. How is it not picking that thing up on the radar? That is impossible. Like, how are you not registering? I'm gonna go and give it a piece of my mind. I wonder if I can chase it away at the expense of a camera drone. I like that the lore of Reaper Leviathans. Is that the one that was spawned? No, this one just natively lives here. The spawners don't work for some reason. I know that they register with the API, and they register with the game itself, but for some reason the game doesn't action them. He's just skulking around there like an idiot. Going around in circles for some reason. But I like the lore that their brain is actually tiny, and they're that fucking stupid that all they do is look for things to hunt and kill. That's all they have the brains to do. But right now I don't like it, because he's, like, directly overhanging the resources I need to pick. I may need to move over to a different area, because I think I know an alternative spawn point for magnetite. Uranium crystal. Alright. Well, right now we just need gel sacks, and they seem to be closer. Oh, that's not exactly closer. I wouldn't call that closer. Okay, let's recall the drone. I would really like a collection function for the drone. Did he leave? No, he didn't leave. He's right there. Yeah, so the spawner for some reason doesn't work. So either something in the entity list has changed with one of the more recent updates. So the integration is no longer sending a correct command to the game engine to spawn things, or I don't know. Maybe the console commands changed, because some of the old console commands that were listed also don't work. But at the end of the day, they broke something, and it no longer works as intended.
Warning, emergency power only.
We're gonna offload whatever spoils we got, and we're gonna go to the other side of the Aurora, because there's another biome that we can go to potentially find a lot of the materials that we need. It's one of the other kelp forests. Because I would really like to not fuck with the Reaper Leviathans. I guess we'll also find out if we have enough gel sacks. Because we only need 2 pieces of aerogel, and we do have 2 gel sacks. And if we have that, we can get the prawn suit, which will also make us a little bit safer, in case we, you know, encounter a Reaper Leviathan. Where are you? Do I have room for this? Yeah, it's titanium, basically. It's probably a scanner fragment that I already have. Yeah, we're just gonna get titanium for it. That's fine. Given the amount of building we need to do, we need all the titanium we can get. I think that's Cyclops bridge fragment. I guess a workaround for some of these things is that I could spawn things in manually. But at the same time, I don't think there's a command for random spawns. If there's a console command for spawning in random things, like, I would be directly in control of it anyway, which means that I won't get, like, startled by a thing suddenly appearing in my periphery, which is sort of the point of the exercise, so. I don't want to shortchange anyone on, like, the experience of the joy of messing with the streamer.
This is LifePod 4. We've landed close to the Aurora.
Uh-huh.
Flotation device is active, but we've got some big old fish in the water with us. I don't know how long we're gonna last. We're close to the crash site, so bring radiation protection. 4 out.
Signal coordinates corrupted. Approximate transmission origin recorded to data bank.
I think that one was, at the end of the day, mauled by the, by the Reaper. Alright, aerogel. Oh, I didn't get any rubies. Okay, just a second. Let's see, we do not need silver right now. Do need rubies. Why do we have so few rubies? Like, I could swear that we had more. Alright, we're gonna need more rubies. I neglected to bring enough, which is fine. I only need, I think I need 7. No, I need 8, right? For the hatch. No, I need 9. I need 9 pieces of titanium, and I have. Oh, I have. Okay. We have 12, so we can offload 3. Of course, I have some overflow copper there. Oh, okay, that's why I have that. Alright, let's leave this here because I'm not going to be synthesizing anything on the go anyway. Yeah. Okay, let's take a drink of water from our stash here. Take one with us. And let's go and explore the other deep drop-off. Forgot that I parked my thing in the moon pool. I would really like a mod station for the moon pool. That way we can give it a swanky color, call it a funny name. How are you at 77%? Excuse me?
All systems online.
Alright, the other way where we may find gel sacks and magnetite is through the eastmost kelp forest near the dunes. Very close to Reaper territory. Gotta head out. Yeah, thank you for checking in, Garm. Always appreciate the company. I'm gonna be packing it in soon because I do have work in the morning. Yeah, that's 100% a Reaper. Yeah, feel free to drop by anytime. I am here at regular intervals. Alright, I need to navigate this and also not end up in the mouth of a Reaper. Really sounds like he's, like, unpleasantly close. God, I'm just gonna lose all of my health just to random roadkill. Like, here's the thing, he sounds like he's very, very close. Which he shouldn't be. Like, he sounds like he's on the edge of visibility. Which, again, is not a place where he should be. As long as we stay in the kelp forest, I don't believe he can attack. But also, I think that's the wrong kelp forest. There are multiples of them. That's probably just the wrong one. Because I'm looking for the one that leads into the Grand Reef. It's possible that it's just not this one. Where's a crash site we should have... Fuck you. That is probably a bioreactor piece. Yeah, I definitely need some kind of countermeasures installed on this thing. I am a sitting duck. Otherwise. That's, oh, that's not a wreck, okay. I do not like this large sandy cliff. That looks like a place where reapers appear, but I don't hear one, so... I do have the depth module to go down there, but I don't want to. Although, there could be gel sacks. Not magnetite, though. Let's go quickly take a look. If it's too deep, we can always turn back. Seeing lots of quartz. Aha, this is not the cave entrance that I thought. Alright. Never mind, false alarm. That cave entrance is at a different spot. Right, these are the sand dunes, if I recall correctly. Right, if the sand sharks are here, that means that there aren't leviathans here. Stalker, okay, stalkers mean kelp forest. I still hear something. I'm trying to follow this down real quick. Sea cows, okay. Okay, sea cows definitely don't... Oh, the gasopods, excuse me. I don't know why I called it a sea cow. But gasopods definitely don't live near... near Reapers. Ruby. We do need a ruby. So all we're missing is magnetite, realistically. And we don't really need magnetite, it's just nice to have. I am very confused right now. Let's look for a spot to just plant our scanner station in a place that's like mostly safe. Bone shark. Bone sharks are aggressive fauna. I don't really want to be near them more than I have to. Big quartz crystals. I'd like to figure out where that stalker came from. Because stalkers typically stick around kelp forests because they're ambush hunters. Alright, I am very, very lost, and it's also very, very dark.
Warning, maximum depth
Whoa,
reached.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Hull
whoa,
damage
whoa,
imminent.
whoa, 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 no, 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 we don't play with that. We definitely lost our bearings there for a moment. That is the danger of trying to navigate in the dark. That is why we need magnetite. So that we don't have to do that anymore. Bale rock. The population density of bone sharks is what confuses me the most. I don't remember them being so close to the life pod. Huh. Ah, is that the secondary kelp forest that I was thinking of? Probably is. Got some stalkers active over here. What we probably should do, you know, we're going to find a safe spot to put down a scanner room, and we're gonna have it search the terrain. That actually looks familiar. Alright, we're gonna look for a safe spot to put her down, and we're gonna go back to base to generate the rest of the resources that we needed. He lost a tooth, but I don't see it. Stalker teeth aren't terribly difficult to find, but you know, if one is just available for free, I may as well take it. I do believe I have everything I need in terms of my enameled glass needs. Well, if he did lose a tooth, I can't see it, and I'm not gonna spend all day looking for it. Alright, this does look like somewhat familiar territory. I think this is on the edge of the Grand Reef. See a ruby over there, so it's very possible that magnetite is also available. So, what we're going to do, we may as well explore this wreck over here, but before we do that, we're going to build a little observatory on the edge over here. Kill the lights, repair our Seamoth. There we go. Alright, we're gonna put you down right over here. Oh my! Who is that? I can't see because of my head. Squidnick, welcome to Onii-san's basement. You're welcome to stay, but I discourage you from attempting to leave. If you're new here, my name is Kuromaru Onii-san, everyone's favorite tactical Oni no Onii-san. Enjoy your stay. If you feel so inclined, we have a variety of socials for you to follow, just so that you're well appraised of when the streams go live.
Welcome aboard, power restored.
Socials, there you go. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. Had the misfortune of making yourself a cup of moringa tea. I don't know what that is. One of the worst things you've ever put in your mouth. The only redeeming quality is it's nowhere near as bad as the Chinese matcha that had pesticides in it. I'm not sure how you could tell that it had pesticides in it, because most pesticides are flavorless. But also, why were you consuming Chinese matcha? I understand that it is cheaper, I get that. Also, no magnetite on the radar. I'm gonna let the radar run for a little bit. Do I have my laser cutter on me? That's the important question. I also may want to swing my Seamoth a little closer to the actual wreck. That way I don't run out of oxygen while I'm exploring it. I think it was dirt cheap, and that's about it. Listen, normal matcha has come down in price to very reasonable levels. You no longer need to buy the Chinese shit. You can get a can of very good ceremonial grade matcha for like 60 bucks. And that can lasts a long time. Oh, nice. Cyclops Depth module. Ooh, Pransu drill arm. Nice, 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 nice. We take those. Good. We need one more. What are you? Scanner room fragment. That's just free titanium, but whatever. What brand would I recommend? My go-to is Minorien. No, wait, no. Minorien is no, it's an incense brand. Sorry. Marokyu Koyama-en. Koyama-en. Minorien, if you can get it, is a banger incense brand, by the way. If you're into smoking the place up a little bit, which I am a big fan of, Minorien is definitely a good brand to go for. Their sandalwood is, bar none, the best I have ever tried. Just a second. There you go. That's the full name, but usually the short one is going to be fine. Most Japanese words, when transliterated, are spelled as they are pronounced. Oh, that's a warper. Oh, that's great. Oh, I want none of that. How are we doing for air? Pretty good, pretty good. I should still position myself closer to the Seamoth. And I need to find my way into the wreck.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Aha, there's my way in. Okay, let's keep the lights on. Just for ease of navigation, I do have to use my handheld light anyway. Anything I can take? No. Okay, that's a door that we would need to cut open. Well, yeah, you don't need anything that's like Koicha grade, but that's gonna be solid. They sell them in large enough cans that they last you quite a while. Like, especially with my consumption. Said hello to Greg and Bob if you see them in the water. Are Greg and Bob Reaper Leviathan names? I feel like those are Reaper Leviathan names. Welcome to the chat, Hitala12302. I'm not sure, I don't memorize the Leviathan names, so I don't know which ones are where. I usually just try to stay as far the fuck away from them as I can. Sencha powder is easier to prep? Easier than what? Like, it depends on your use case. Greg is a warper, I see. Are they in this area of the God damn it, of the Grand Reef wreck? I've not had the pleasure of meeting them just yet in this playthrough. Ah, there's nothing here. Fantastic. Really cool. I really like doing all of that for really no reason. Can I open you? Not from this side. And there's nothing here. Great. Alright, let me get a breath of air, and then we can continue exploring. Wait, you are something. You are a grappling hook. Okay. They're in a different place, they always know where I am. That I remember, yes. They're always technically hunting and looking for me. That I recall. But don't they have their sort of more or less, you know, fixed areas of patrol? Like, you'll consistently run into, what, there's a total of, I think, 13 warpers on the map? My memory serves me. What's in here? Ah, okay, that's just an exit, never mind. Yes, I am aware that they, to a certain extent, always zoom in on my location. Just 22 Reapers, okay. Wait, there are 22 Reapers or Warpers? Alright, what is this? This is a drill arm. I think I have the fragments for a drill arm already. Yes, I do.
Integrating new PDA data.
Can I pick you up? Yes, I can. Where does that lead me? Nowhere good. Yeah, that's just a death trap then. I would like to not die of running out of oxygen, please and thank you. So we're just gonna quickly go back the way we... Oh, that scared me. Oh, that scared me. Oh, that was unpleasant. It's a good thing I backed out the way... 22 Reaper Leviathans, really? On the entire map? I don't believe... I guess most of them are in the dunes, then. Because I've always been able to get through the game while encountering, like, maybe 5 of them. Oh, no, I hear the warper. Let me get this out of the... Oh, I can't do that. That's too bad. Alright, let's see. Anything worthwhile here? No. Alright, let's do a quick check on the last space. But I want to invite you to a party and eat a snack. The snack is, just a second. I can't read chat yet. Okay, nothing here, nothing here. I think I got everything that was useful out of it. I'm still missing a grappling arm fragment. That's probably all of the use I'm going to get out of this. Oh, they want to invite you to a party to eat you as a snack. It's hard to say. I would like to try to kill a Reaper Leviathan someday. Because there is a meta for doing that. Oh, nice, 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 nice. I need to go breathe, I need to go breathe, I need to go breathe.
New blueprint acquired.
Cyclops repair module, that's big. Alright, let's go one more time. Let's see, where were we just now? We were here, and then we go into the upper deck. Alright, that is definitely a grappling arm. Anything else? No, doesn't look like it. No, that's the right listing. If it's Koyama and matcha for roughly $60, that's the correct one. If I suddenly am unable to buy enough matcha for myself, I will find you and I will steal yours. How many different Leviathans have I met yet? In this playthrough, I believe I've seen 3. One at the at the quarantine enforcement platform, one by the Aurora, and I believe I've skirted by one at the entrance to the Lost River while I was skulking around looking for magnetite. There's 6 different Leviathans. Okay. Well, wait, are there 6 or are there 22? You're kind of giving me conflicting information there. I remember that there are more than 6 Reapers. That's definitely more than 6 because there's at least 4, I think, in the sand dunes. Alright, let's see. Pronsu drill arm fragment, we don't need that anymore. No magnetite. Really? No dice on the magnetite whatsoever? Huh. Well, okay then. Do I need my new advanced materials for anything, is the real question. Docking station repair, benzene. I'm gonna need to go and get shrooms for that. Cyclops death module, we need rubies for that, okay. Nickel ore, okay. That's gonna be a joy to try to find. I think that one only spawns in, like, the volcano biome. Diamonds, lithium, benzene... Now we're gonna need a number of things. So, but none of them are... Oh, that's, yeah, unfortunate.
Emergency power only.
Yeah, that's the drawback of relying on solar power for these things. Have to bookmark this listing, save up your money till springtime when it's harvest season. I mean, the matcha that's canned is in a vacuum. Like, the benefit of buying Koyama-en stuff is that it's of a consistent quality. Bucket reset the scanner too. Alright, it does not have enough power. It doesn't have enough juice to sustain the scanning room. So you don't really need to wait for it to be like a fresh harvest. Oh, I see you. As long as you're buying Koyama-en stuff, it's always going to be good stuff, unless, you know, you've opened it and left it to sit for a while.
Warning, emergency power only.
Also, I don't believe spring is the harvest season for matcha. I forget what is the harvest season for matcha. There are also different grades of matcha, even of ceremonial stuff, so again, that might not be actually springtime. At this point in Japanese supply chain maintenance, you don't really need don't need to obsess over the time of the year for sort of most of the things that you're trying to buy. And it keeps relatively well too, so let's put that here. Alright, at least the gel sacks are more abundant in this area, which is nice. Just need to find one more ruby, and then we can go home and build all thing. Oh, 6 different Leviathans in this game, but some of the Leviathan Reapers is 22 of it. Those are... wait, that's not how numbers work. So there are 22 Reaper Leviathans, but there are 6 types of Leviathans? In the unmodded Subnautica 1? I don't believe that's true. There's only 3 active Leviathans. Yeah, like, there's not 6 species of Leviathans. There's what? There's the Reaper, the Dragon, and the Ghost Leviathans. Well, technically we can separate the Ghost Leviathans into being juveniles and adults, but that wouldn't be strictly speaking correct because they are the same species. So, we're left with 3 actives. Everything else is like either extinct or conjecture, because like the gargantuan leviathan, yes, there are skeletal remains of it, but that's about it. What's the other one? There's like an unattributed skull by the research facility, and that's probably about it. I don't believe there's any other record of other leviathan types. Alright, we definitely have enough. You looked it up, usually late April for ceremonial grade? I see. Emergency power only? For what habitat? I've deconstructed you. Oh, my other habitat may have run out of biomaterial for stuff, okay. That's an easy fix. That's an easy fix. For ceremonial grade, but then there's still going to be variance in the ceremonial grade, because there's Ustja and then there's Koicha grade. Koicha grade specifically has to be... Ever grab a bulbo sample for growing? No, I don't. I believe I forgot to do that. I just live off of my lantern trees. I'm lazy like that. I know that it's a good source of sustenance. Oh, right. Wait, are reef backs considered leviathans? Sea treader leviathans? Really? Reaper leviathan, sea dragon leviathan, sea emperor. Oh, right. Sea emperor is considered a leviathan as well. I forgot.
Warning, emergency power only.
Alright, we're running
Oxygen production offline.
Yeah. Give me a moment. Let me offload all the shit. To offload enough to get some water. Great.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Yeah, just gonna throw a couple of lantern fruit into the reactor. They last a long time. Why, thank you. This is very helpful. Thankfully, the PDA is not considered a part of my hub.
Power restored. All primary
No distinction between all of those. The only categorization of matters is very large and a void. Well, see, no, these are actually very distinct species. Oh, it pulled up the sea moth on its own. That's cool. Are sea treaders considered Leviathan class, though? They seem kind of small. Alright. Ruby, how do I make aerogel again? I need gel set. Oh, great. I can't use the fabricator with my HUD off. That's great. That's helpful. Thank you. I guess I can just go and get my stuff from the storage for now. Alright, my HUD is back. Thanks. Thanks. Get that we'll get the diamond. Oh, no. I fell.
Welcome aboard.
I did forget that the Sea Emperor is a distinct Leviathan species. That I did forget. Alright, one more piece of aerogel. Fantastic. Electronics. Probably don't need anything else right now. Right, let's make a... oh, we only need one enamel glass for that one. Okay. I want to make a prawn suit real quick. So we need plasteel. We need one more plasteel. For that, we're going to need some titanium. Only Sea Dragon Leviathan, Ghost Leviathan, Reaper Leviathan is the only one you need to watch out for. Yeah, there are sometimes tiger plants on the reef backs. but usually benign. Yeah, unless you go out of your way looking for trouble, you should be fine. Alright, lithium. Let's quickly make that plasteel ingot. There we go, we have 2 plasteel ingots, 2 lead and 2 diamonds. We should have everything we need for the 2 diamond, 2 lead. Where's the other piece of aerogel we had? There it is. That was an accident, but whatever. Where is my... I forgot where I parked my vehicle bay. Hoping that someday you'll learn how to do tea ceremony. For the time being, you're practicing mixing it with a bamboo whisk. Not Linkara. Are you sure? As someone who's formerly part of Urasenke, are you really sure that you want to learn tea ceremony? Have you really considered your options there? I've been doing tea ceremony for what? Well, depending on what version of my lore you want to go off of, I am in the hundreds of years. It's definitely an exercise in patience. It's not something that you learn for a while and then you sort of, you know, back off of it when you're bored. You don't really have that option. Once you're in, you're in. Where's my goddamn fucking mobile vehicle bay? There it is. I think I see it. I should really... Nope, that's not it. Oh, there it is. I should collect it and bring it out. I have no idea how you had your Cyclops get knocked upside down by a reefback once. Well, you parked in the reefback exclusion zone, that's how. Do I have room to collect this? Just a second. Alright, let's see if I can collect it, as opposed to... No, I would like to collect. Oh, inventory full. Okay, then let's build the Cyclops. Oh, that's gonna be a pain in the ass to do. Just a second. No, let's not build the Cyclops here. Not the Cyclops, the prawn suit. You know what I mean. We don't need you for this. Can I collect it now? Yeah, there we go. I just want to put it closer to my fob. You loaded in, and somehow the Cyclops and the Reefbacks were sharing the same space. Yeah, that sounds about right. As it was probably building out the world, they sort of collided. And given that, you know, Reefbacks kind of big mass moves mass and whatnot. But, so, Linkara, not to discourage you, let's set realistic expectations. What do you want out of practicing Sado? What is the thing that you want out of it? And I will tell you, first of all, if you're going to find that there, and how long that's going to take you. Like, I am never going to be one to discourage, you know, the pursuit of information and learning. But I do have to warn you against sort of making commitments that are going to either not be productive for things you want, or that you're not going to be willing to pursue for, like, their prescribed lifetime. Hell yeah, prawn suit.
First, piloting a prawn suit to feel a sense of limitless power. Prawn operators receive weeks of training to counteract this phenomenon.
Is it going to land directly on the Reefback? It's not. Okay. Woo! Look at her go. The hell is the prawn suit? Am I delicious now? I'd say I'd even harder to eat inside of a prawn suit, realistically. A prawn suit is basically power armor. Needs a little building out, though, so we're just gonna park it over here. See, we can do this now. Just fuck that little thing in particular. Alright, now we need our Cyclops. Where did I leave my Seamoth? Oh, I think I left it over here, actually. Yeah, it's here. I think they patched the jets to be a little bit better after one of the updates. But yeah, Linkara, don't let me discourage you. I'm just being old, grumpy, and negative. I could also probably try to at least direct you to a school of tea ceremony that's going to be more suitable for what you wanted to do, because again, not all of them are made the same. And not all of them aspire to do the same things. I am part of Urasenke, which is considered to be more of a more monastic and ascetic school, because it sticks very close to its heritage of just being a Zen Buddhist practice. Kind of makes you miss Shipbreaker. Then you remember how they loaded in with the Kami gobbledygook and you get mad again. Why do we allow those people to make games? Right, prawn suit unpinned. We're gonna need a drill arm. And we can actually start getting materials for the Cyclops. Someone fucking with my Cyclops. Hey, you. You bitch! You give that back right now. You fucker. Let me go chase him in my Seamoth. We'll grab the Seth video he did on it. Oh, I watched the Seth video. No, I've seen the Seth video.
All systems online.
Seth's channel is one of the... Where did you take my fucking camera? Did he just swim through them? Oh no. This comes down to your love of tea and the art, and something to do for friends and family. What art are you referring to? Because there are multiple arts that are part of tea ceremony, and the tea actually makes up like a vanishingly small part of the practice. Seek the Somalian stalker and deport him into many pieces. That's what I'm gonna fucking do. I guess he already deported himself off the fucking mortal coil and into the map. Fortunately, the terrain is... It doesn't have collision on one side, so I should be able to just navigate my camera out. Yep, that's that. There he is. You see this motherfucker just swimming under the map? The worst thing about this is that he doesn't even... Well, he drops the tooth, but it just doesn't go anywhere. Oh, that was a river prowler. Dom, we're very far away from the Lost River. We're like kilometers above it, sorry. You know, it was just your way of saying hi? Well then, that's fine. How are you doing? You forgot what it sounded like? The river prowlers aren't actually that scary. You don't really get exposed to them a lot. I'd say warpers are a bigger nuisance. Okay, let's see. We have 2. We need a little bit more. I actually need to swap out the batteries in my... You don't like my patch? How dare you? I was repping the Oni Dojo merch. Like, don't get me wrong. Not all problems can be solved with magic. I'll be the first one to co-sign it. But still. Now I do have a Megumi. That is very true. Alright. Oh, I need 2 lithium for that. Did I run out of lithium? The warpers are the worst because they reach into your safe space and violate you at their leisure. I really don't like the way you describe that. That makes me feel very uncomfy inside. Alright, I need... Do I need more lithium? I need more lithium for the Cyclops. Can finally offload this shit over here. Yeah, I do not have more lithium. I did not bring enough. That's too bad. I do have more titanium. So, Linkara, the pursuit of tea ceremony, to an extent where your instructor is going to allow you to do tea ceremony in front of people, will take you at least 3 years. I am not joking. This is not me trying to scare you away. You just need to understand that it is going to be, it has to be at least a 3-year long pursuit until you are allowed to do that. And if you want to participate in sort of Japanese hierarchies, you bitch, really? Like, this is where you dropped your fucking teeth? Son of a... It's just easier to go and just take the... yeah. Wait, I can only build that... Oh, I need the mod station for that, actually, so... Not really... I can't even build the drill arm yet. I need to look for Rex. But, yeah, you actually... If you're going to participate in what is considered, like, a formal Japanese hierarchy, you also need to abide by the rules of these hierarchies. And that means that your instructor does in fact have granular oversight, and he gets a say in whether or not you can demonstrate the art outside of sort of your formal practice environment. So that is something you should be aware of. So again, it is good that you want to entertain your friends and family. I applaud that. It will take you multiple years until you're able to do so. It will also require significant investment to do so, because you will need to acquire the accoutrements of the art. The utensils for tea ceremony are not cheap, even if you're not a horrific loot goblin like myself. There's a reason why tea ceremony was mostly patronized and practiced by the elites of Japanese society. Like, the Zen monks would bloviate about, oh, it being, like, accessible to the masses and whatnot. No, that's a fucking lie. That's because the same Buddhist monks have not done a day of honest work in their life, and they don't know what work actually looks like. It is very much a form of entertainment that is reserved for the elites of your society. That being said, being proficient in Japanese tea ceremony and sticking around for long enough to be allowed into sort of formalized demonstrational circumstances like Chakai, Oyose, and like other public demonstrations of tea ceremony will put you into proximity with the higher echelons of Japanese society. Doesn't happen overnight. It takes actually quite a bit for that to happen, but if you're willing to commit to it and, you know, stay in the practice for long enough, while abiding by certain sensibilities of that space, it may potentially be a growth vector for you. Just again, be aware that it is a multi-year commitment. Would any one of you like to drop a tooth? You look like you have extra teeth. Come on, come over here, big boy. Come here, bitch. Alright, maybe they'll drop some of them in the forest. No? All bark and no bite? Enough. Need to wait for them to pick up. You forgot you wrote a comment on that video? On which one? stalker tooth. Don't mind if I do. This is why I like the prawn suit. I can pick shit up without going outside. Alright, I have 3. I can farm just in case. I'll also take that metal salvage, thank you. I like that I can just steal their shit now with complete impunity. Because what the fuck are they going to do? The one that Seth did on Shipbreaker? Ah, I see. Given that Seth videos have, a lot of comments, I think it's understandable why I wouldn't notice yours there. I'm very much not a commenter myself, unless a video, like, unless I really take the bait, I'm usually not going to comment. Even less so now that I know that, you know, comments are a direct help for being counted as traffic. Like, I'll support a Seth video because those I actually like. You'll repost it, time for some shameless self-promotion. I mean, if it's your comment under a video, I wouldn't say that it's self-promotion. You're more like promoting Seth to a channel where he's already well known. I would really like him to play the new Heroes game. That's only available in beta. Yeah, it's quite enough stalker teeth. We at least have the bare minimum of what we need. Alright, that's a lot of words. Piper, they don't have warpers in this biome. And also, I guess that sound redeem is broken. So, sorry about that. Seth video on Alan? On Alan? What's an Alan? I mean, generally there's no such thing as an unfunny Seth video. The man is very deliberate in both his writing and delivery, which I respect tremendously. Japanese Space Station 13? Excuse me? How did I miss that video?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I'm sorry, what? Okay, let me read the 200-word essay that Notary left us here. An early adopter of this game, I can say that with utmost confidence that the here's your debt, have fun gameplay loop was a superior, super excellent, and the most unwelcome thing about the release version was the bunch of morons who refused to shut the fuck up. The more they talked, the less you liked them, the less I cared. And the same-sex relationships in Marx's dogma poured from the flapping portal to the hypothetical resist gray matter wastelands. Hypothetical resistant gray matter wasteland, which they inexplicably called mouths. You got more and more upset until you took a hiatus from what had become one of your new favorite games that hasn't ended. Knowing the ending doesn't help, all I want to do is experience the world and enjoy ripping apart ships in diligent recklessness, while occasionally pausing to watch the rails station shoot another vessel into the FTL. Because it's fucking awesome. I see. Whoever wrote the story is a literary criminal, and shame should follow the next 3 generations of their family like a cursed Japanese spirit. Oh, Ellen! Okay, Ellen, now I remember Ellen. I loosely remember Ellen, at least. It's also not at all Japanese Space Station 13. One of my favorites is Reciteer. For obvious reasons. Nothing beats a Space Station 13 video, though. I mean, yes and no. It was good for storytelling because it was sort of anecdote rich. And Seth is very good at spinning anecdotes. I don't care if like half of the shit he says isn't true. I choose to believe it because it's funny. That is an advanced wiring kit. I don't believe I have those. I also don't believe I have enough quartz. Well, that's an easy thing to remedy. I do have enough glass, so that's fine. This video of mine off the top of my head. I would say Caves of Quid is probably my favorite Seth video. You could never get people to jump for shit you sold in Reciteer. You'd get requests for shit you couldn't get, and you would take really deep dives into that dungeon. Well, that's because I don't think you're supposed to take the dungeon. That's what heroes are for. They're expendable, and you're not. 2 silvers, gold, and a computer chip, and a computer chip is gold and table coral. Alright, 2 silvers, gold, table coral, and get some more table coral. Also gonna need some lube. Luber up nice and tight. What's that? Copper wire. Copper wire is 2 coppers. Alright, copper wire. Table coral. Wiring kit. Am I missing anything? I need 1 more gold. Okay. Oh, not 1 more. 2 gold I need. I have those. Okay. Excellent. Now we need 3 pieces of lead. We have 1. Is that the only storage we built? That may be the only storage we built. Alright, let's offload things we don't immediately need. Okay, we need lead and lubricant. Lubricant is what? Seat clusters? I should have really built a grow bed by now, which I'm going to do right now. I'm really not optimizing for my logistics. Where's my outdoor grow bed? Indoor grow bed. Do I not have an outdoor grow bed? I do. Exterior grow bed. 2 titanium. Alright. I think you can grow gel sacks too. That's why I keep forgetting where they spawn natively, because I could just set up a farm of them and called it a day. How hippy dippy and horticulturist do we want it? Do we want to like integrate natural materials into our building architecture? I wonder if I can plant a gel. Yes, Mom.
Is a proven survival strategy. Craig McGill survived 47 months on a healthy, raw salad of live tree roaches and stank root. Vital signs stabilizing.
I'm gonna take the sea moth. It's faster. But I think I can cultivate the gel sacks, which is a big reason why I never remember where they spawn. Because I think you're supposed to set it down in an external grow bed, and then you break it apart into seeds, and then those seeds you can just farm. That's some sexy titanium you got there. It'd be a shame if someone would just pick it up and leave. Alright. Let's take 2 just in case. There was a tooth? I don't really need more teeth, really. I mean, I could go out of my way to build an observation deck, I guess. So I guess good catch. I still have 1 more unused tooth in storage. Every time you pick something up, a stalker should grab it and swim under the terrain. I disagree with that. I disagree with that profusely. Thankfully, they can't really do that a lot. They can't take things out of your inventory, they can't take things out of your hand. But then you need to deliberately place it there for it to take it. That's actually one of the ways you can tame stalkers. You can offer them peepers. If you hand feed a stalker... No, Terry, we haven't built a Cyclops yet. It can't be on fire. I appreciate your lack of faith in my captaining, but it's not here yet. I also need a mod station because I don't have enough lead. You don't know what a Cyclops is? A Cyclops is basically a nuclear submarine. We're gonna build one momentarily once I find enough lead. How do we have lithium but we don't have lead around here? This is ridiculous. Fuck. Okay. Where do I even find lead? Shit. Lead. I need to think. Do I need to build another scanner room? Probably need another scanner room. Okay, let's take a ride on the suck train again. Oh, actually, let me take this. So many fucking jokes to make, you're overloading. I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, I think we can hit it with a knife. Yes, we can. Okay, and then we plant more gel sacks. So see, that's why I never had to go and hunt for it, is because I had enough to farm it. I'm just so good at preparing for this game that I forget how to play it.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright, lead. I can just do it the easy way and just go to the shroom forest and just, you know, try to find the shit I need. Because I would prefer to do that rather than, you know, reassembling the materials for a scanner room, building the scanner room. Where does one get lead? One of the most common elements in the universe? There are specific outcrops here. You ask the Navy nicely, they shoot the planet from 10 miles for 10 minutes. You just lick the wall. Those are all possible sources. None are unfortunately present in our current environment. One of the reasons we're stranded here is because, well, we really don't have access to a navy to help us out with that. Do sandstone outcroppings have lead? I believe they do. Gold. Well, that one didn't, but I think they do. You're here because you were led astray. No, not really. It's not like we were lost. We're here because we were shot down by a by this planet's out of control ring doorbell. Okay, sandstone outcroppings do have lead in them, so we actually don't need to go all the way into the mushroom forest. So far, I'm not really being led. Well, this is lead, but I can't access it because, you know, it's in a large outcropping that I can't mine. Apparently, ice has challenge coins. I want several of those. Oni Dojo, it is incumbent upon you to get me ice challenge coins. They're very awesome. I believe that. Do they sell them? Surely I can purchase an ice challenge coin. And that way that money will also go to something like, I don't know, a benefit fund. Although, I don't really think that, you know, a law enforcement agency that's funded better than 3 top militaries of the world really needs my pittance of support. I think they're doing just fine without me. Let's not get shot by the tiger plant. Okay, that's 1 lead. I need 1 more piece. Your first instinct is to call ice on yourself, but that would anger them. No, don't call ice on yourself. Order DoorDash, and if someone is very obviously Hispanic and obviously doesn't speak English because they communicate with you through the translation software on the DoorDash or Uber app, you call ice on them. If you really want to score big, you call a house cleaning and then you call ice. Just remember to set it for payment after cleaning. That way they come to collect them in the middle of the cleaning and you get half a cleaning for free. All the DoorDash are Indian? Really? I've not encountered a single Indian DoorDasher.
Do not redeem! Do not redeem the card!
Honestly, yes, I would not redeem an Indian DoorDasher. I don't want Indians handling my food. Very much a no thank you. They managed to get chased off by black bloc assholes who looted and destroyed their vehicles. Can we send in the military yet? I think we should have sent in the military yesterday. Like, I'm sorry, the Minnesota government is currently in the process of, like, actively participating in seditious conspiracy against these United States. We used to hang people for less. Then again, we also staged a bloody revolt that resulted in a civil war and our ultimate liberation over a 4% T-tax. And now, roughly 30% of my paycheck goes to people who definitely don't deserve it. But yeah, do what the Foxu does. Call DoorDash or call an Uber, call Uber Eats, look at who your courier is, and then if he's communicating with you through the messaging app in a language that's not English, just fucking call ice on him. Simple as. You're doing your part. And you can avoid tipping. Yeah, they're pulling on the entirely metaphorical rubber band all of Minneapolis is. You wanted to fucking break so bad. I wanted to slip from their fingers and slap them. That's what I want. I don't think I can build the launch pad. Alright, here we go. Hopefully she doesn't beach.
Only experienced helmspeople should attempt to pilot this vehicle solo.
Now this is the Cyclops. Sploo.
Emergency, hull failure imminent. Abandon ship.
A little too early on that one. That's what we refer to as a premature redemption. You may want to get that looked at. Oh, absolutely fantastic. All right, we need to name her. I say we name it the USS Otago. I know that it's contradictory, but still. You want torpedoes? It doesn't have torpedoes. What happens if you order it via Timo? Fair enough. What color do we give it? I want to give it a gray, and give it some aggressive Oni Dojo colored stripes. Yeah. And like an embossed light name. I think that works. Let's check out what it came out as. I'd say that's pretty swanky, huh? It's in the Oni Dojo colors. Pretty good. We respect this game and its efforts, but there's so many ways they spend incredible amounts of time and effort just to bash their own toes with a different fucking hammer. Subnautica? Really? No, I think the first Subnautica came out pretty well put together. I kind of not sure I entirely agree with that. We're gonna need to do some interior building here, though. No torpedoes, missed opportunity. It's not so the no torpedoes thing. You can equip torpedoes on the deployable submersibles. So let me actually lead it closer to the base so that I don't have to swim that far. You can have torpedoes. You know how many games have an opportunity to have torpedoes? So you can have torpedoes, but those torpedoes are available to you as part of your armaments on the prawn suit or the sea moth. And the Cyclops will only have deployable decoys. It's done as a balancing decision, essentially, because if you can arm this already effectively almost nearly impenetrable swimming fortress with armaments, that's going to become a little bit OP. Let me check my cameras. I feel like I'm beached on something. No, I'm just hallucinating. So you can have torpedoes. They just do very little too. That's also like the unfortunate truth of it. All right, we're gonna need to do some building here. Some lockers, not nearly enough. We're gonna... Yeah, there's some room for improvement here. We'll make a decent ship out of you yet. I think I have some Cyclops parts, actually. Let's see. We're gonna need all the titanium we can get. The diamond we don't need right now. We do need gold. We do need more titanium. You'll see why in a moment. We also need quartz. Actually, I think we need glass, not quartz. Rubber. I don't think we need rubber just yet. Need fruit. That's true. Yes. And take a couple. You are very right. And a coffee machine. A coffee machine we can build. Let's not loot our primary living space in order to equip our ship, okay? It's a game where you spend most of your time trying to be prey to 20-ton monsters. You want to spend an aggregate day farming mats. Farming materials to have your blue submarine number 6 moment in one glorious volley. That's what mods are for. The base game experience, and I would actually advise most people to experience the game like this first, and then sort of, you know, make other additions to it. But I would strongly advise... I want sleeping quarters, and I want it to be a double bed, okay? That's gonna be in the way of the door port of the path. How? I used to be able to just slap it in the middle of the whole thing. Oh, get the fuck out. Oh, I need fiber mesh for that? Really? Oh, I don't have fiber mesh. That's too bad. Okay. Let me... let's see. Small indoor grow bed. Composite plant pot. This is all utility storage. Where do I put you? Let's put you in the corner over here. You're going to liven up my personal quarters. There we go. Alright. Coffee machine. Let's build a coffee machine. Fiber mesh is cutting down kelp? Yes, that I remember. We're gonna keep the coffee machine near the essential controls. That way it's always within reach.
You look like you could use some coffee.
True that. Oh, shut the fuck up, Karen. I guess I should look into weapon mods just to keep it interesting and novel, as opposed to playing the same game over and over again. Right. Do I have any water in the storage compartment here? I do.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Thank you. Now then, fiber mesh. Ah, okay, it's already grown out. We can at the very least get some fiber mesh. Oh, it's not grown out completely. Okay, it's gonna need another minute. Let's build out the storage for now. Grand bulbo for water, lanterns for food. I guess it gives us an opportunity to stop by a place where there's bulbo trees. At some point we're just gonna do that. Ah, my favorite part. Overbuilding on the Cyclops. You think that I will be limited to a measly pittance of, what, 5 lockers? How dare you? There will be lockers wall to wall. The Cyclops is destructible. Yes, that is unfortunately true. The collision maps are also kind of floaty. That side is complete. But we have a whole vacant wall that we can also fill with glorious wall lockers. Can I double layer it? I wonder if I can double layer it. I can. I should be able to. Alright, let's set one over here. And many walls above, exactly. I will not be denied my right to have all of the storage. Ah, I ran out of titanium. That's too bad. That's unfortunate. We need to go get some more titanium. Where do we have bulbo trees? There are bulbo trees on the primary island, right? Just eat that peeper real quick. Come here, little peeper. Come on. You know you want to. Come on. You exist to be food. Still growing? Alright, almost done.
Well
I may not be able to put a double bed in there, which upsets me deeply. Clearly the Cyclops needs a front attachment. It has functions like the Banger 288. Does the Cyclops have a fabrication by default, or was it that way the first thing you added? It's the first thing you typically build on it. What do we need? Table coral, more titanium. Did I take all of the titanium? I probably did. Yeah, I did. Alright, let me just go get some more. A drinky poo of water. Alright, table coral, easy enough to come by. Yo, I love over farming. It is my favorite thing ever. Alright, wherever one of these cunts is skulking around, there's usually a piece of salvage floating around. Up. Can't get ya. Come on, lead me to the metal salvage. There's probably some over here. There it is, okay. Is there some in the prawn? No, I don't think I left any in. Pretty sure I got all of it. Yeah, there's still some in the environment. Nice free water. I love that. More over here. Oh, sand shark, okay. The underwater water. Hey, it's bottled, you know, it's fresh water as opposed to just seawater. Oh, okay, there was a brain sponge the entire time. The entire time. Quartz. I like having like a little aquarium on board, so we're gonna need glass for that. I don't like the fact that they managed to follow me in here. I object to that happening. That didn't used to happen. I don't care if it's random pathfinding that took them there. They didn't used to go into confined spaces chasing me. I don't like the fact that that happened. That makes me profoundly uncomfortable. There was no reason for them to be there other than to chase me for taking their metal salvage. They must not be aware that by existing on this planet, everything here belongs to me. Cooked peeper. No, I'm gonna eat that. I'm gonna eat that peeper. I forget if Subnautica ever had any commies seething about it being like something like a colonialism simulator or some shit like that. It had to happen. It had to happen at least once. Listen, if I could hoist an American flag on every surface of this planet, I will. Let's see. Do I have... Well, first of all, I need more titanium. Everything on this planet belongs to me by merit of me being an American and existing on this planet uncontested. Let's see. Aquarium. It needs 2 pieces of glass and a piece of titanium. Okay. An onboard aquarium serves a dual purpose. For one, it's useful for taking samples of deep sea species and bringing them up to your primary base. But secondarily, it's also great storage for a yummy snack. Alright, let's see. Where do I usually put that? I choose to have the aquarium over here because it pleases me. But I can't put it there. That is not great. Alright, let's put it over here. I don't like the fact that I can't, like, put it flush to the wall. It feels very inefficient for use of space. Alright, yeah, it's like this gigantic gap behind the wall, I'm not a fan. Move the potted plant? Nah, it's fine, it's fine. Actually, let's go get, first of all, let's build a fabricator. So this is going to be our primary workspace. So this is where you go. Alright, it all works. Filtered water. Deployables. It doesn't let me make anything. Oh wait, no, it has its own fabricator. I forget. There it is. It does have its own fabricator. Yeah, yes it does. Yes it does. Okay. I forgot, but it only makes like, you know, Cyclops upgrades. So, which reminds me, we need to make a piece of copper wire, and we're gonna go and quickly make that vehicle bay upgrade unit. That way we don't need to manually repair our deployables. Whoosh. Alright, let me actually go get the rest of my Cyclops upgrades. Who the fuck is bumping into me? I kinda want a radio station too. That one I could probably take from the primary base, because if I have one on the Cyclops, I probably don't need one on board. Collect my harvest. Can I make fiber mesh with this? I can. Okay. I could just deconstruct you, or grab a piece of copper, whichever way works. Just grab this. Okay. I really like setting up my Cyclops interiors. One of my favorite things, hands down. It's like its own flavor of train autism. Alright, we're gonna have to go for a single bunk bed. It's not like there's anything to fuck on this planet anyway. So we'll have to make do. You are out of alignment. Alright. Very good. It's not really space efficient. The boatism. I don't really have a very pronounced boatism. Like, I know a little bit about some of the important boats in history, but not terribly a lot. Like, most of the boats I know about are boats that are relevant to World War II, and that's about it. That is... No. That's a poor use of space. I think I used to be able to make it hug the wall. I really don't like that it's become very anal about, like, placing certain things. I'm sure if I play around with it enough, it will let me do it. You think so too? You think what too? Who dares bump into me? Who's violating my NAP? That's fine. At least, like, the primary corridor and walkway is free, so... That's good enough. Yeah, you used to be able to put things flush to the wall. I recall that very specifically. Alright, I want a couple of big wall lockers, just because, you know, overall convenience. Yeah. They're not wall lockers, technically. They're just large lockers, and they have a lot of good storage space. line them up. Ah, I don't have material for that. Well, that's fine. Just leave it as is. Alright, we have one of our sources of sustenance. Comms station. Let's build a comms station. You can live over here since you're not really that useful most of the time. Okay. I should also build a set of spare power cells. If I don't have them already.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I like that not the lantern trees, that the creep line glows in the dark. Makes the base look very cool. Okay. Let's not leave. Let's leave these just so that they don't get consumed as I build more power cells. We're gonna leave you here for now. Take you. Take you. Take you. Take one med kit. Okay. We should probably have a med kit generator on board too, just in case. Alright, now we have our reserve power supply in the form of 3 power cells. Extra fire extinguisher? I've never had a fire on board of the Cyclops. That and they're fairly easy to make. They're what, like a single titanium piece, I think? Actually, let's put all of our reserve power, just so that it's nice and compact. We're gonna put our reserve power supply over here. See, that way, all of the things that we need are in quick access. Can you tell that that I'm certified for Kaizen manufacturing tech? Okay, what else do we need? Could make one more. Let's pre-build one more plant pot for when we do get a bulbo tree. What else do we need? We still have quite a number of lockers to build. There's still so much wall and so few lockers. It is definitely something we should address. It is deep at night, so what we're going to do is we're going to sleep on board of our brand new Cyclops. Oh, this door doesn't close. That's too bad. We're going to eep. Ah, is that great? That's cool. Fantastic. Okay. Who the f... I think it's just making random noise to fuck with me. Our first crop is almost ready. That's cool. I have water on me.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Okay. Right, let's go get some more titanium. Why do I have that pinned? I know what makes a power cell. I do need a modification station, and I need to explore some wrecks in order to get to them.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Actually, I need a mobile vehicle bay mod station too, because we don't have those yet. Cyclops depth module. We don't have nickel ore for that. We do not have magnetite. We have that one. Oh, that's why we need aerogel. Decoy tube upgrades. We have that. Cyclops Death Mod. 3 mo- we could build that one, I think. We do need a depth module, so... If that one's not installed yet... Rubies... We have enough rubies, okay. We need a plasteel ingot, though. Let me build one more power cell, and we're gonna go and hunt for some more titanium. I can play this game for hours on end, if you can't tell. Alright, let's go take the sea moth out just because it's faster. No, actually, let's take the big boy.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Let's go do some punching. Let's go steal some metal salvage from the side of the Aurora. Yoink. We do need more quartz. I like collecting resources from the comfort of my nearly impervious submersible. I've looked up some of the guides on killing Reaper Leviathans, and apparently the sea moth actually, the standard claw arm has higher DPS than the drill arm, which is kind of counterintuitive. Like, I don't know, maybe diamond-tipped mechanical drill possibly does more damage to soft tissue than, you know, a single bonk. Well, then again, you were always supposed to be afraid of the Reapers, not look for novel ways to kill them. Which I think is a very un-American approach to game design. Profoundly European attitude. Do I have access to this thing's storage? No, I don't. Not natively from the cockpit. Okay. Inventory full. Let me quickly grab that. And your inventory is no longer full. Yoink. Yoink. I love it. We do need the grapple arm, so we're gonna look for some wrecks to snoop around in. Your favorite method is grappling one and drilling it while screaming until your wife gets concerned? After one of the updates, that stopped working because now whenever they flail and you sort of get into the vicinity of their mouth, they still manage to grab you. I really don't like that. I want to ride the beast to completion. Like, I'm sorry, if I got into your blind spot, you die. That is it. Just accept your death. I have bested you in the field of battle, in odds that were stacked against me. Best you can do is die honorably. I remember back when I played one of the early builds, I was walking through the Lost River, and I fell through the map in the prawn suit, and I didn't have a grapple hook at the time. So I managed to squeeze out just enough jump jet juice to not let it sort of take me into the great beyond underneath the map. It was the scariest experience of the game ever. Like, I was not about to lose my entire prawn suit while being in the Lost River to it falling through the map. It's actually getting kind of late. Lots and lots of yummy titanium. Blueprint. We need one plasteel ingot. Okay. Where's all of my lithium? Surely I haven't spent all of my lithium. I really don't want to go get more. I think I may have spent all of my lithium. That sucks. All of your lithium is parked outside, fair enough. I could swear I had more. Alright, let me put up more wall lockers and then I'll be happy. Oh, yeah, oh, this is so good. I know they're not evenly spaced, I don't care. No, I do care now. Why did I have to say that out loud? I do care now, I'm sorry. Alright, now it's sort of evenishly spaced. It's even enough. Look at how space efficient we're being. We're going to fill all of this with stuff. Well, for one, we're going to use this for hauling resources back and forth. I think that's all of my titanium. Should you mention that their vertical heights are varied? Or, nah, it's fine. You worry too much. Alright. It's fine. Oh, we already have a spare one over here. Why did you have to say that? Did you really? You had to say that. Because now I can't unhear it. Let me go check. Their height is variable. How dare you? Well, their height is also variable because of the fact that, you know, the Cyclops doesn't let me build at like a consistent height. See, if the availability of space was consistent with like distances from walls and whatnot, then this would not have been a problem. So I blame the Cyclops interior being jank, and not the fact that I just cannot measure levels without tools. There. Happy now? I know I am. We could easily fit like 6 more lockers onto this wall. Easy. Easily 6 more lockers go on this wall. This wasn't bothering you? I don't know, you brought it up. We need the mod station. Battery charger also something that we're lacking right now. Silver or fiber mesh computer chip. I'd say we have all of the essentials for now. Let's actually drop some things over here. Leave this here. Slaps the back of the Cyclops. The sub can fit so many lockers. Yo, you have no idea. that was just the cargo hull. This is going to be the workshop area. There's going to be 3 more large lockers over here, and then there's going to be at least 3 over here. And then we're also going to add the battery chargers to like for each of our respective battery types that we need. You think I'm a horrific loot goblin in Gray Zone? You have not seen me play this game. I will pack up an entire base worth of materials into the Cyclops, and I will build in places that are completely unsuitable for base building, just on sheer principle, with nothing but spite fueling me.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Just thinking of things that I need to take with me to have on hand. These are probably going to be good to have. Not ready to start decorating interiors. We're not at liberty yet. If I just have an extra room that does nothing, that's just very unlike me. What do we have? Where is there lithium? There's lithium relatively nearby, actually. We could just go and get it. All of that lithium in the ocean? It's free. The government doesn't want you to know that. We're having issues getting the bases to places and put that room in, so the structure, for structural reasons. Really? Is that why I put it there? I think I just put it there because I could. Because nothing about the design of this base was deliberate or function driven. I just wanted it to be in the crag, and the new spacing doesn't allow for that. Man, we need to swap out the Seamoth for... Does the Cyclops still share a depth module with the Seamoth, or does it have its own now? They used to share a depth module. Cyclops... Where are my submersible upgrades? Cyclops upgrades... It has its own. At some point, they've bifurcated the upgrade modules for the prawn suit and the Seamoth, but they also still share the prawn. Yeah, they used to. Well, some of them they do share. For example, if I can find any of them. Do I not have any of the blueprints? So for example, the cargo hold upgrade, that one is universal. So I can, for example, let me see. Okay, this one is specifically a Seamoth. But the storage module, see, Seamoth and prawn compatible. So if I take out this storage module, I can plug it into the prawn suit, and it's going to have a bigger storage.
Systems online.
I don't want to take you anywhere just yet. Probably because you have a depth module and that guy doesn't yet. Open storage. I'm just dumping all of my excess materials here for now. Prawn suit has a default depth of 900. Oh, that's true. But it doesn't have a grappling hook or a drill arm, so it lacks a lot of the utility that I would normally expect out of it. So I'm not gonna take it just yet on the off chance that it has a risk of sinking. Where did I put my propulsion cannon? Is it in storage? Yes, it is. Okay. That is fine. Leave you over here. Leave my spent batteries over here. Yeah, without the grappling hook, I'm not going to take it to 900 meter depths, so there's also that. Oh, that's one of the newer quality of life things they added eventually. Alright, plasteel ingot, that's what I need. I don't have titanium for it, though. Oh, I don't have titanium because I didn't empty out the storage on the damn thing. Give me all of that yummy titanium. Wait, I already had enough titanium. Let's process more. There's no such thing as too much titanium in this game. Where should we build our next map? That's the real... our next base, excuse me. Our next point of interest is one of the Degassi base locations. So we're gonna need to go there eventually. Where did I put the oh, I put it back on. Yeah, I put it back there. We need to figure out. So our options are blood kelp. Where else? Make a coffee for myself while we think about that. Lockers aren't done yet. You don't have nearly enough titanium. I have enough titanium for 6 lockers. Don't gaslight me. Quartz. Quartz is what I need for enough because we're now building standalone lockers, like the freestanding ones. Grab a water out of the backpack. Should I grab this, the bag? Should I take this with me? I do need quartz. Quartz is generally easy to find. I actually think I have quite a bit of it already on board.
Systems online.
Select a locker for the next to the helm. Yeah. Ah, there it is. There's my ingot. Where did I just put the... Did I not go out and get the... I did not go out and get the lithium. I forgot. I am just so scatterbrained. I drove a whole ass camera out there. I'm sorry. I'm bouncing all over the place just because I'm so excited to finally build out the Cyclops.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright, let's go and find that lithium. See, this is why I don't like deploying the prawn suit before I fully upgrade it. The movement is very limited before you have an upgraded jet and a grapple hook. You could realistically end up in some very unfortunate situations and it's going to be difficult to get out. How do I know that? I did that. You bitch! You come back here. Don't you dare swim into the terrain again. Son of a... It's cool that it's a thing that exists in the sandbox, that it's an interaction that consistently happens. But right now, I am inconvenienced by it, so I will choose to be performatively angry. Alright. I'll get there. A boink. That's a copper deposit. I can't really do anything with it right now. I could swear there was more lithium around. Salt deposits. Surely that's not the only piece of lithium on this cliff face. There it is. Alright, 2 more. Huh? Whoosh. Alright, now we can go home. Wow, more lithium. Inventory full. Well, we can correct that. one time when I was playing this on console of all places, I went through one of the portal force fields, one of the bases that were near the mushroom forest, and what happened was the game didn't play one of the triggers that should happen whenever you pass through the force field. But because I was, you know, on a Cyclops basically walking back to one of my bases, I didn't notice that the physics weren't correctly engaged. And I didn't notice that for quite a while. So, like, I went all the way back with my Cyclops. I think I got, no, with my prawn suit, got into my base at some point, and the only reason I noticed is because I had no gravity. Rather, I had gravity while being on the ocean floor, which was mildly terrifying, because on console you don't really have a way to remedy this. Alright, plastic ingot. Excellent. Okay, let me get the rest of my resources out. That's actually quite a bit. That's actually, yeah. Let's leave you over here. Do I need to like put it into a quick slot to? There we go. Okay, now it's properly released. All right. Let's eat my coffee. Build a couple more lockers. Never got around to using the new multi-purpose, like the large rooms that they gave you from below zero. Can I squeeze one more in? I can, but should I? Is the question. Like, it's gonna mess with the spacing. Yes. Dare to live bravely. Oh, get the fuck out. There we go. Ah, hell yeah. Look at all this storage. It is all mine. No, I can't put one more here. Oh, I can put one more over here, though. I am unstoppable. And the door still works. Yeah. Where else can I put one? Can I put one over here? No. Yes. More lockers. All of the wall lockers. And I even have resources left for this. Fantastic. You're already full of stuff. Can I take your stuff from you? I'll quickly spend some of the stuff so that I have a little bit more room in my inventory. Because I want to deconstruct that one, move it to the side so that I have like 3 lined up against the wall. Stuff it in the Seamoth? Nah, it's fine. You worry too much. Alright, crush depth is now 900 meters. Fantastic. Let's close this. This is a, definitely an OSHA violation to just have it open like that. I see. Well, I guess we will have to put it in the Cyclops. Oh, I could just build more of them over here, actually. I wanted to line up with the little lines. I don't know why. It just makes me feel nice and cozy when it does. Ooh. That's crooked. Let's start from the other side. Let's give us a little bit more clearance. God, you are so fucking loud. Maybe the reefbacks are considered leviathans just from the sheer damage they do to your hearing over time of having to listen to them. Thank you for clipping that, Dom. It is rare that I have a moment of my mask slipping. It's nice that someone is always around to capture that for posterity. Oh, get the fuck out. How did I run out of resources? Oh, I ran out of quartz. Fair, I guess. We're not going to sort anything just because I don't really feel like doing that. Just leave everything as is. You already have something assigned. There you go. Let's unzip you for now. Oh, that is ugly. No, 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 no. I don't want that. I don't like it like that. No, 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 no. That's misaligned. I don't like that. The walls are not flat enough. But I can do this. There we go. That's much better. There we go. Good. Perhaps. Nah. Is getting in the way of me walking? Or is that the fire extinguisher, or is that... Oh, the wall locker is in the way of me walking. Those are some very wide collisions. I'm not sure I'm happy with that. Let's pull it up a little higher, I guess. Maybe over here? Alright, this works. Now we're mostly OSHA compliant. If I really wanted to be extra, I would put put one on either side and then put 3 power cells in either. But that's a little bit autistic even for my taste. How do can I build a decoy? Because I like having my my tubes full. If you know what I mean. Haha. Stasis rifle. Never used those. Pathfinding tool. Chill the fuck out, Karen. Why do you have to ruin my fun?
Vital signs stabilizing.
Phrasing. Can't see it from here. I'm gonna take a coffee. Okay, I think we've done the bulk of the work that makes sense for us to do today, because going beyond that is going to be easily another hour, and it's getting kind of late and I have work in the morning. So we're just gonna take our coffee. Thank you, Coffee Bot. You are my favorite. All right, I think we're pretty set up. I'm gonna think of things to do. Probably need to farm some more materials. Figure out where we're going next. We may want to stage some food sources in the aquarium. But yeah, not much else to do. We can have more wall lockers. Alright, not today. Not today. Let's look for someone to raid. See who's live. I'm definitely seeing some people live when I was finishing up. Alright, there's a number of people. Oh, yes, that's a good tip. That is a good tip, thank you. I forget that the game doesn't autosave. That, yeah, I really don't want to do all of that all over again. That's, thank you. Thank you for catching that. Let's just have it, just listen to the somber song of the ocean. Ugh. Alright, stream manager, here we go. Y'all don't really like late night Subnautica, do you? Well, that's fine. It's your loss. We are going to raid. Let me see who's who haven't we raided in a long while. Actually, you know what? Razor is on, and we haven't raided him in a while, and he's playing Fallout, so we're gonna raid him. We're also going to remind him to give me the recording of the podcast, please and thank you, because we've recorded a podcast episode on Monday, I think? Yeah, I think we did it on Monday. And we have I now have a 5-hour recording to look forward to editing, so look out for announcements. Make sure to subscribe to the socials, join the Discord. I only ping for streams. Make sure to grab yourself a banger Oni Dojo patch. Dom, thank you for clipping. Thank you everybody for showing up. We're gonna start the raid. So yeah, to steal a catchphrase from our dear friend Razor, stay safe, live free, be dangerous. This has been Onii-san, reminding you to train how you fight. Bye-bye.
4,000 caps.